Judge, this is Lisa. Would you like to make me a co-host and I'll help you bring everybody in?
Yes, give me a sec. I'm just logging on to YouTube. Got it. Okay. There you are. Did you get it, Lisa?
I got it.
Lisa,
Yes.
I have a case at the 49th. It's a civil case. We hear it here?
No, Judge Lopez got his docket open next door at the 49th.
Okay. How do I do it?
You'll have to finish one and then then you'll have to jump to the other, but I can
Okay.
tell them that you're in this one.
I need to finish here though. Yeah.
Yes.
Is it any way that we can communicate with whoever's over there?
Yes,
Let them know?
I'll send them the message right now.
Okay, thank you.
For those defense attorneys that have a pretrial in the 341st, and this is your first setting, and you haven't agreed reset with the district attorney's office, we're going to take those up so that we can notify the jail. We've got a lot of cases today, but if you've got an agreed reset on a pretrial, and this is your first setting, I'm going to be asking for that once we start calling the docket. Well, before we start calling the docket, so we can take those defendants out of line, or not out of line, so we don't have to call them. I'll just ask the defense attorneys to go over to the jail at some point soon and explain to your clients what happened.
Your Honor, would this also apply to a status hearing? We got
Yeah.
an issue with mental competency. That's the reason.
Yes, if it's agreed to, but if it's agreed to, yeah, we'll go ahead and do that as well, but make sure that you go see your client and explain that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because what's going to happen is that they're not even going to be brought out. So we're going to take that at first so we can knock out, because I think we've got close to 70 cases.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Del Barrio, in what court?
I actually have it out of the 341st with Ms. Sandoval.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, what I'll do, I'm assuming the DA will be on time, but as soon as I'll start calling here in a little bit, but what I'd like to do is get it on the representation of defense counsel that you have an agreement with the district attorney's office.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, David Almaraz here on Evan Teran. That'll probably be a contested bond motion to revoke hearing. He's been in custody, I think, well over a month. And So I've discussed the matter with, I think it's Ms. Rubio, and she just does not, wish to agree to anything. And my other problem, Your Honor, is I've got federal court at 2:00, and I've notified them that I have a problem. Of course, my gentleman's in custody, and if there's 70 people, I don't know when I would be called. I know it's up to the jail and not to the court.
You said it was in the 341st?
49th, Your Honor, Evan Nicolas Teran.
Yeah, I actually saw that.
He's on page 10, Judge.
Yeah, no, I read, I have the motion.
So I don't know what we could do. At 2:00 in federal court, I also have a bond hearing with
Well-
Judge Quiroga.
El día 11 de enero.
Well, what we might be able to do, Mr. Almaraz. Okay, Judge Palomo has another in custody on the 14th, on the 6th. Judge Lopez has one on the 6th.
Yeah.
We're kind of at the mercy of who the jail has in order. So
I understand.
what we'll do on that case, and I have the bond motion here in front of me.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so that's one option. The other option might be is that I'm doing the in custody tomorrow at 10 in the 111th. If you can get the DA to agree to pop onto there, let me know and I'll take the motion with me. Well, it'll be here in chambers, so I'll have it here in front of me. And if you guys log on tomorrow sometime.
I think that would be a better option than waiting a week, Your Honor. So if the court says tomorrow at 10 at the 111th.
Well, what I
will-
may do is ask you all to come in we don't have obviously as many cases tomorrow.
Yes.
Maybe have you come in at about 11:45 or something like that. How does that sound?
That sounds fine, Your Honor.
And
I
that
would
way-
appreciate that.
That way if we have a contested matter, we can work through lunch.
That'll be fine, Judge.
Well, let's
I
see
would-
if they bring them out first and then we'll go from there.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Judge, at what time tomorrow?
Well, I'm doing in custody tomorrow at 10 o'clock for the 111th, and it's set for 2 hours. So,
Because I would need to advise Ms. Rubio.
well, that's what I'm talking to Mr. Almaraz. He wouldn't have to get that agreement for her to pop in tomorrow.
I'll call Ms. Rubio as soon as we hang up, Your Honor.
Yeah, we may reach you today. It doesn't sound like it, but it's kind of pot luck.
Otherwise, it would be, you're saying 11:45 tomorrow?
That's what I would suggest, possibly, if the DA will agree to that. If not, then we'll have to set you for the 6th, and that'll be with Judge Lopez.
Your Honor, I will email Ms. Rubio as well as give her a call. And I don't think she would have any objection to tomorrow at 11:45, but we'll find out. Maybe she's not going to be around. That's a problem.
Okay, well, if you can do that now, is this the only case you have before the court today?
Yes, the only case right now before the court. Let me call her right now, Judge.
Yeah, let's do that. And for those defense attorneys and DAs that just show up, if you have a pretrial in the 341st and you have an agreed reset, I'm going to take that up first here in about 2 or 3 minutes so that we can reset the case and let the jail know so that so we can get through the docket a little bit quicker. Are all the coordinators for the 3 courts ready, and the court reporter and interpreter? Who's our, Cassandra? Who's interpreting for us?
This is Rosario, your Spanish interpreter for today.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First thing we'll do before asking for the resets is I'll swear you in, and then I'll ask for the resets. Okay, it's 1:30, so is everyone ready to go? Well, we got pretrial services coming in. All right, Mr. Clayton, are you our court reporter? Good afternoon, sir. Okay, we're going to get started here. Let's go ahead and start with, let me swear you in. Hold on. I'm sorry, who is our interpreter?
This is Rosario Luna.
Rosario, can you please raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear that you shall interpret from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. All right, court's in session, and what I'd like to do is start off with resets that have been agreed to in the 341st. If you have a pretrial, your first setting on a pretrial, and you already have an agreement with the DA's office, I want to hear from those, and also that status hearing that was mentioned earlier. So any agreed resets on pretrials? From the
Judge,
defense. Go ahead.
Judge, if I may, I think I don't see Mary V. I don't know who's gonna be the clerk.
She's somewhere else with somebody else's name. She said it was Yolanda, I think. Is there?
Roxanne, if I'm not mistaken, Roxanne.
She did call me, Raquel Mary, that she was going to be on taking the docket under somebody else's name.
Under Roxanne.
Okay. Is she there?
No, I don't see her.
Can we call her?
Yes, I'm calling you on it.
But sí, no la llamo. That's what I was I told. Oh, espérate. Lisa Rogerio,
Yes.
do you see Roxanne Martinez on to let her in?
No. There she is.
Will you let her in, please?
I just did.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Judge, our clerk is there.
Okay. And again, the announcement is that if we have any defense attorneys who have a pretrial set for today, and it's your first setting, and you already have an agreement with the district attorney's office, can you let me know in case that's in, so we can take it off the docket and they're not brought out?
Your Honor, this is Guillermo del Barrio. I was the one that mentioned the possible status hearing that we have. I did see that Ms. Sandoval has logged on.
Okay, which 341st, what page do you know?
I don't know the page, but it's Enrique Ramon Sandoval, I believe is what it is.
Page 20.
It's 2021 CRD 686 D3.
Okay, the court calls that case the State of Texas versus Enrique Ramon Sandoval. And Mr. Del Barrio, you have an agreement with the district attorney's office to reset?
I believe so, Your Honor, and then Ms. Sandoval can chime in if needed. But there's a mental competency issue on this case that we're trying to figure out what the best route it is for how we're going to proceed on this. So not much would have been done today. So if we can get the next possible setting with possibly Judge Palomo's docket, I think that would be sufficient time to at least address the issues that we've got.
Is that okay, Ms. Sandoval? That's going to be on
Yes, Your Honor.
October 14th at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you.
That'll work, Your Honor. That is all I have with the court today. May I be excused, Your Honor?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other pretrial resets that are agreed to by the district attorney's office?
On page 19, we need a writ date. Martin Cabrera Perez, he's in federal custody. He's at the county, but we need date so we can issue a writ. I think they still require us to issue a writ even though he's in custody at our county jail.
Okay, the court calls 2021 CRD 11-0 D3, State of Texas versus Martin Cabrera Perez. And how much time do you think you need for a reset on this?
Raquel, can we get a reset date in October, please?
We have October 25th at 1:30.
Thank you.
Okay, that case will be reset then. Any other resets?
Your Honor, I have some for the 49th.
Okay, let's go ahead and see what do you have in the 49th?
Victor Cuellar on page 2.
Is Ms. Holmes here?
Your Honor, Cassandra Hernandez will be handling that case.
Okay.
I'm present, Your Honor.
Okay, count defense's request on the court calls 2020 CRK 35-2 D1, State of Texas versus Mr. Alonso Cuellar.
Your Honor, this is a motion to revoke, but it's wrapped up with a new aggravated case out of the, I believe it's the 341st. So we're just asking to reset it to try and work everything out together.
How much time are you needing?
Mr. Soto is handling that case, and I'm not sure if he's back yet from.
We have the 19th or the 25th.
I'm standing in for Judge. I'm standing for Mr. Soto. Whichever date Mr. Trevino thinks is more appropriate works for the state.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbs.
Either date is fine with us, Your Honor. He's being held on a no bond on motion to revoke, but he has a $100,000 bond on the other case that he's more than likely not going to be able to pay.
Okay, well, let's set it for October 19th at 1:15. That's going to be with Judge Hale.
Judge, if I may, that's a case out of the 406, and it's on page 2.
Marco is trying to log in, Your Honor. Lisa, can you accept Marco?
Fred, did you say he has another case with Judge Palomo?
No, I thought it was Judge Palomo, but I guess it's Judge Hale.
Oh, okay.
And that's Judge Hale's day, the 19th.
Yes.
Marco's not appearing to be let in.
Who?
Marco from the 406. They asked me to let him in, but he's not appearing.
Yeah, I don't see him either. All right, let's wait for him to get on there so he can make a note of that.
Hello, Your Honor. Sorry, I was late. I accidentally logged into Judge Lopez's, so I forgot it was you hearing these cases today. My apologies.
No, you haven't missed anything. So we're resetting agreed cases right now.
Fantastic.
We're waiting on Marco from the 406.
Judge, Mr. Perez may have the wrong code since on his docket, he put 5288-107 as a password.
528807 is the password.
It's 07, not 17.
Yeah, it's just on the docket for the 406, that's what it says. So maybe that's the reason it's been trying.
Oh, he brought me an add-on case and he has the right password. Oh, he added a 1. Yes,
Judge, I'm trying to call Marco.
it's 07, not 107. Is that Marco chiming in? Because his name is not popping up on my participants list.
Cuando vengas a Guayo, me dices so I could tell him, okay?
Your Honor, he says that he's entering the code, he's not letting him in. He's trying again.
Did,
I
Did you-
gave him the passcode 528807.
yeah, he might be
Yeah.
looking at, there,
No, that's Lupita Contreras.
here, I don't think I have his number. Let me call him directly.
Judge, I did call him. It goes to voicemail.
Oh, okay. 4967.
Send him a text, Lisa.
Sent Marco a chat using our Cisco system. So just, covering all the bases.
Let me go back to Mr. Almaraz. Mr. Almaraz, were you able to get a hold of ADA Rubio? Let me call Cruz and tell him to go over there.
I also sent him an email, see if he picked that up.
You have reached the desk of Cruz Maldonado.
Yeah. Lisa, did you
Your
post the
Your
record?
Honor, Espada for pretrial services. Mark just sent me a message that he's trying to log in, but it's not letting him in.
Well, it's because on the docket sheet, he put the wrong code. It's 528807. He added a 1.
Yes, I just sent it to him, but I think it's still not letting him in. Let me send him another message.
Judge, this is Lisa. My screen just froze. I'm going to log out and I'll be right back. I can't even log out. It won't let me leave. It's completely frozen.
Good afternoon, Judge. This is Annalie Vargas. Would you entertain any other announcements while we're waiting or no?
Yeah, if we can Sure.
Yes. Okay, so on page 1, there's Jesse Ramiro Gonzalez. We already have an agreement. I've spoken to Alma. This is a 49th case.
Wait, hold on, page.
Page
first
1 of
page.
the 49th. I was given a plea date of October 6th, so we don't need to bring him out.
Okay, so that the state of Texas versus Jesus Ramiro Gonzalez, both cases ending in 1478 and 108 will be reset for October 6th.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, yes, Judge, at 1:30 for a plea.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas.
Yes, and then I have on page 4, it's a MTR, but it's brand new to me. It used to be page 4 of the same docket. Guillermo Orlando Paredes. I've spoken to the ADA and just need a little bit of time to review it and negotiate it with her.
Little bit of time, meaning how many weeks?
Probably a couple of weeks. Judge, I don't know what date they can give me, but I would say at minimum 2 weeks.
Why don't we set it for the 19th?
Okay.
That'll be, oh, well, hold on, you're gonna have to hold on. No, let's just set it for the 25th because the 25th at 30 p.m.
Okay.
Okay, Lisa, are you back on?
Yes, I am, Judge.
Okay, I want to send out the co-host thing again.
Your Honor, I talked to him right now, and he says he's trying to get another computer because both numbers don't work. And I gave him the original number that you sent me that I'm here. And so he says that I said, "You want to talk to the judge? He's here." He says, "No, let me finish. Let me." So he's trying to work in to come in, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I need to advise them about the Victor Alfonso Cuellar case.
And Your Honor, I have 2 other announcements.
All right, let's hold on because
Judge, is the jail on?
Yes.
Okay, did they get the people that we've been announcing?
Yes,
Did you bring them out?
Yes, we've got them so far.
Okay, all righty, thank you.
Thanks. Alma, any way you can take notes for Marco and then pass them along so we can keep moving? Or is that?
I can take the notes as well, Judge.
Okay, so on.
I don't have his docket, but if you give me the case number, I'll take all the notes.
Okay, on cause number 2020 CRK 352 D1, State of Texas versus Victor Alfonso Cuellar, that's being reset for October 19th at 1:15.
49th, this is Lisa. How can I help you?
So Victor Alfonso Cuellar for the jail doesn't need to be brought out.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Corporal Reyes. Marco from the 406 sent me a list earlier of names that will be reset. I don't know if that would help the court.
Actually, yeah, I already went through those with him. These are from the other courts.
Okay.
But, well, while we're on break, just so we make sure we're on the same list. Yeah, Victor Alfonso Cuellar was reset. Ricardo Perez, Juan Javier Delgado Santiago is being reset. Julian Ovidio Lopez, Carlos Alexis Lopez, Jose Alberto Salinas Jr. is being reset. I think that was the last one. That was for the 406, but he already has notes of that. I discussed it with him about an hour ago. Mr. Trevino, Your other cases where you had announcements, and what court are they in?
They're in the 49th, Your Honor, both of them. Juan Alberto Suazua on page 5.
Page 5. The court calls 2020 CRD 1281D1 State of Texas versus Juan Alberto Suazua. What's the announcement?
We just need a reset, Your Honor.
How much time?
I believe at least 2 or 3 weeks.
30 days would be fine, Your Honor. The state needs to coordinate with the victim to discuss possible dispositions or resolutions to this case.
All right, let's set it for October 25th. That's almost a month at 1:30, and that'll be with me.
And it'll still be for a plea?
Plea status.
Plea status.
Okay, alrighty, okay.
And then the other one is Antonio de la Torre, page 6.
The court
And
calls 2021 CRH 928D1 State of Texas versus Antonio de la Torre Jr.
And he also has 2 other cases on page 7, Your Honor.
And also calls 2021 CRH 1087D1 and 2021 CRJ 1010D1. Okay. So are we gonna set all 3 at the same time?
Yes, Your Honor.
And let's go through the first one, which is the aggravated robbery. What are we setting that for?
For a motion set.
A motion setting, and the other one.
Next setting would be a motion setting, Judge.
Okay.
What day, Judge?
Oh, the 25th on all of them will be set for.
Okay.
And we're here on the other 2 cases, we're here on a consultation hearing, so.
The first one, the 1087 would be set for evidence exchange. And the 1010 would be for a motion setting.
Motion setting, there you go.
Judge, this is Lisa. I just want to let you know, Marco has been unable to get in even with the correct code. So what I've done, I've put him on he's on my cell phone next to my tablet so he can hear everything that's going on, but you won't be able to see him, but he can hear you.
Okay, perfect. That's good enough. Okay, hold on. Judge, I have contacted. Okay. Well, Mr. Alvarez, if you can still hear me, go ahead and go to their federal court, and I'll just kind of wait and see what happens with the docket tomorrow. If you both show up, we'll do it. If not, it's going to be reset for the 6th. And that was on the motion for bond setting on cause number 2020 CRF 1586D1, State of Texas versus Ivan Nicolas Teran. So I'm going to try to hear it tomorrow. If not, if I don't hear it tomorrow, then we'll set it for the 6th.
Okay, Judge.
At 1:30.
I'm sorry, Judge. So just to be clear, Teran is going to be heard either tomorrow or on the 6th?
Well, tomorrow, if the DA is in agreement only.
And then that's no problem. I mean, as long as he's not as long as he doesn't get a PR bond or anything like that, then we're fine. And we're prepared to argue against the bond.
It's 11:40. It's going to be at 11:45 for tomorrow. So, because I've got the 111th in custody, but if we don't hear it by agreement tomorrow, then it'll be on the 6th at 1:30.
Okay.
Judge Lopez.
Okay. Well, the state agrees, and we'll just wait for confirmation from the court.
All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Hobson.
I have a couple of more, Your Honor, if you're willing to hear them. They can be reset.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Alvarez, you're excused. And okay, Ms. Vargas, on which court?
49th on page 8.
Last name of the defendant?
Alejandro Ruben Santos. I've already spoken to the client. I've spoken to the ADA. This is a case that belonged to Allison Martinez, and it's now mine, so I need a little bit of time to review. He has new charges, and he's actually being held on those. So he's aware that I'm going to ask for more time.
Well, 49, so the next setting would be a consultation.
It'll be an evidence, it'll be an evidence exchange, Judge.
An evidence exchange, so, but let's push it back a little bit. How does the 25th sound, Ms. Vargas?
Yes, Your Honor, that's good.
And that'll be with me at 1:30.
At 1:30, okay. And the last one on page 10 of the 49th docket as well. Jonathan Jacob Cervera.
The court calls 2019 CRO 1360 D1 in the announcement.
We just need a final hearing date, Your Honor. I'm still negotiating with the ADA. She's okay with requesting a final hearing date. And I've spoken to the client as well.
So how does the 14th sound?
Yes, Judge, I think that should do it.
Okay, that'll be on the 14th of October at 8:30. And that's for Jonathan Jacobs Severa.
Yes.
He does not need to be brought out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it?
Yes, that's all.
Judge, can I get a little clarification, please?
Sure.
On Teran, so my signal must be poor. I just want to make sure I have the proper notes for Ms. Rubio on that case. She's handling it. What was the purpose of of hearing it at a later day? What was the reason?
Well, Mr. Almaraz has federal court, so he can't do it today.
Okay.
So I excused him and I told him that if the DA, if your office was in agreement, you all could log on to the 111th tomorrow.
Okay.
And I'll hear it, but both sides would have to be there, obviously. And, you know, and I didn't even think about it, but we'd have to make arrangements with the jail.
Well, then why don't we just put it for the 6th to make it cleaner? I mean, that's my suggestion. Of course, I leave it to the court's discretion.
I mean, no, you guys, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to put either side, especially the DA's office, in a bind here. So let's just do it for the 6th, and that'll give us time to send out the notice to the jail.
Okay.
And we tried. Okay, so that case, the case number 2020 CRF 1586 D1, State of Texas versus Ivan Nicolas on the 49th docket will be reset on the 6th with Judge Lopez at 1:30 p.m.
I'm sorry, Judge, who was that?
That's Ivan Nicolas Teran. That was on the case that Mr. Almaraz had.
Oh, okay. When did you reset it?
For next week on the 6th.
Oh, okay. All righty, Judge.
Judge.
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, sir. I wanted to talk about a case on page 9, Michael Richard Uribe. I tried to get in contact with Mr. Sosa today. I wasn't able to do so, although he did send me a plea packet, but the plea packet didn't include certain terms. And I think right now it's just too late to even have a plea like that. So I was just gonna see if Mr. Sosa would be in agreement to just pass the case for 2 weeks so that we could finalize the plea agreement. It has been signed. We just need some time to finalize.
Yep, and
that's fine, Your Honor. Make the changes, Joaquin, whatever you changes you want to make and send it to us.
Okay.
I consider it as a lesser included offense.
I'm sorry, what page was that on?
It's on page 9, Judge. How much time, Joaquin?
A week or two, whatever we can work as fast or as
Judge
within a week or
Lopez
two.
Judge Lopez has in custody next week, which is October 6th.
That would be fine. October 6th would be more than fine. And I'll get in contact with Mr. Sosa by then, just to let him know.
All right. We're sitting there for a plea then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Done.
And
All
this is Gerard Cantu for the 406.
All right.
And I have a request for a reset on the first case on the docket for Cesar Garza.
The court calls 2018 CRD 18-3D4, the state of Texas versus Cesar Garza. This is set for arraignment on a motion.
Yes, Your Honor, my legal assistant got a call from deputies out of Duval County. They're not going to be able to log them in today. They're asking for a reset date for arraignment.
Well, we can do it for the 6th. Does that work?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. I believe the defendant was sent to the hospital. I don't know how serious his condition is, so maybe a little more time.
Well, I mean, the 14th or the 19th?
I suppose so, Your Honor. I can work with that. I guess we can let them know.
But do you think that's too soon? I mean, I don't want to reset it. I mean, I know you don't have too much information, but you should have a better gauge on how much time you need.
We can work with that date, and if we need another reset, we'll let the court know.
Okay, let's set it for October 19th. We'll set it again for a motion to revoke arraignment on the 19th. Any other cases or announcements, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor. On that case, the public defender hasn't been officially appointed. Can we appoint him at this moment?
Which is this just a 406?
Yes, for Cesar Garza.
Is this one of the ones that I got on the email?
It's the one that Mr. Cantu just called about the defendant being in Duval County.
Okay, and then we'll submit an order, but yes, the public defender's office will be appointed attorney of record on this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll submit the order.
And Your Honor, if I may, I'm not sure if you already addressed this, but I believe Mr. Cuellar on page 2 of the 406 docket has been reset.
Yes, that was already done prior to the docket.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
They're not going to bring him out. Just make sure you talk to him and let him know why.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is Josh Davila with the 341st for the state. I have, I want to say it's 5 cases. Luis Adrian Ramos, page 4, 5, 10, 16. We have plea packets on most of these, and I received a plea packet a few minutes ago for the case on page 10, which was the only one we have pending. I'm just going to ask, since I just got it emailed a few minutes ago, if we can get next week's in custody setting and go ahead and plea them all out on that date. These are all, everything's set. This is the only plea that we were missing. I see a pilot.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me pull that. I've got the first 2 plea packages here. Adrian Ramos. Okay.
Okay, it's Luis Adrian Ramos.
This was a case where I actually had already
let him out.
Let him out, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right, we were just waiting on this last plea packet for sentencing, and I just got it a few minutes ago, so I'm just gonna ask for next week's setting so I can file it this afternoon and we can play them all out together.
But the other ones had already been pled. There's only one that's going to be pled today.
Right, just the sentencing. They all run together either way. This is the bigger one, the one that wasn't filed.
Yes.
So you want it set next week, or do you want it? Do you want to?
Well, I could appear tomorrow if we can set it for tomorrow morning at the same time as the other ones. Well, I just need to file it this afternoon.
That's fine. Tomorrow's fine, Judge, if it's fine with the court.
Well, the problem's going to be you guys are going to have to coordinate with the jail. I don't know how that works to make sure he's brought out.
Oh, he'll be brought out, Your Honor.
Okay, so
I'll talk to and Josh. I think they would listen to you.
Okay, well, I'll try. I mean, but I've got other dockets tomorrow besides the in custody, so you all have to work that out. But I'm going to suggest the time that I was going to give to Mr. Almaraz, 11:45.
Okay.
And that'll give you some time in the morning to work with the jail to make sure he's available. At 11:45, 3rd floor and 4th floor, if you're listening, we're going to need Mr. Ramos tomorrow at 11:45 with the 111th docket, or just put them,
344, yeah.
I mean, the 111th in custody tomorrow. Okay. So let me,
Your Honor, this is Attorney Sergio Lozano, Your Honor. I believe I just have one case pending.
which court, Mr. Lozano?
It is in the 49th, Your Honor. State versus Rutilo Mendoza Musto.
Your Honor, if I may, this is Ms. Contreras, Pre-Trial Services. He's actually in the 341st docket.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. That's correct. My apologies.
On what page?
4, Your Honor.
Page 4. Okay. The court calls 2019 CRF 1348 D3 State of Texas versus Rutilio Mendoza Musto. And you're set for a final pretrial.
Your Honor, we're going to be requesting new dates from the court. Mr. Musto was capious for quite some time, and I haven't had an opportunity to sit down and discuss any of the evidence with him. And we are missing some other evidence. Specifically, I haven't had an opportunity to look at the video that was conducted by the Children's Advocacy Center and any other expert witness reports that they may have. I just have the basic discovery information that was released to me.
Well, what I'm going to do on this one is I'm specifically going to set this in Judge Palomo's in custody, which is the 14th of October at 8:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we put this for a status, and I'll let her decide what she's going to do with this? Okay.
Yes, Judge.
October 18th, Your Honor?
October 14 at 8:30.
14th at 8:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, because, well, okay. No, that's fine. And you just talk to Judge Palomo about that then. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that your only case, Mr. Lozano?
Yes, may I be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, figuratively, yes, you may approach.
Figuratively speaking, I have one set, Your Honor, for today. It was, and I don't know what it was, whether it was a motion setting or just a conference.
In which court?
On the 49th.
Okay.
It was Domingo Munoz.
We have him set up for a plea.
Yes, Judge. We don't have a plea yet. We don't have an agreement yet. We were going to ask for either another plea date. Well, actually, not a plea date. We need another motion setting, probably. He's been in custody this whole time. We're trying to get him out. There's a parole issue. And so I received discovery, but I have very little communication as of now, up to this point, with the DA's office. But we're starting to talk. So if we could have another motion setting, I think we'll probably resolve something between now and then.
And this is on Domingo Munoz?
Correct, Judge.
The two cases?
There's two cases, yes.
Okay, on cause number 2021 CRI 436D1 and 2021 CRJ 437D1. We'll set this for motion settings, and this is in the 49th for Alma.
I did October 25th.
Okay, that's about a month there. Is that going to be enough, Mr. Martinez?
I believe so, Your Honor. Yes, he is in custody, so we want to move it along. October 25th?
Yes.
Unless you want a sooner date, we have October 19th.
No, the 25th is perfect.
Okay.
And that'll be at 1:30.
Yes.
And for the record, Judge, I did speak to Miss Cassandra Hernandez Castillo about it. She's on. Is that correct, Miss Castillo?
Yeah,
Yes, yes, Judge.
that's fine. Thank you, Ms. Castillo.
Yes, Judge.
I will hold all the defense attorneys to their representations about the agreements. So,
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
yes, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Good to see you.
Likewise, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Any more?
Your Honor, this is Attorney Arturo Gallegos. I've got an individual on 2 cases, State of Texas, Jose Alfredo Lopez out of the 49th. They're both evidence exchanges, but Mr. Lopez is awaiting a hearing on a violation of TSR in federal court. I was going to ask for a possibly 2-month reset. It's a Judge Saldana case. She normally sets up the final hearings about 3 to 4 months after their initial. He was initial August 17th.
Mr. Gallegos, how about we set it for November 10th? And then there you can tell us also if he's ready or not.
That would be perfect, ma'am. May I have it as a status date?
Yeah, we'll put it as status hearing.
He has two
November the 10th at 1:30.
Ma'am, he has 2 cases. That would be 2020 532 and 2021 936.
On page 6, both, yes. Got those.
He is in Webb County custody, Your Honor, on federal charges and state charges.
And that'll work then.
Your Honor, Chris Krishna for the state, no objections.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have another case, Your Honor, but I'll wait for him to be called. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any more announcements?
I have one case for announcement, Your Honor. Juan Garcia for Jason Duncan.
In which court?
49th.
Judge, if we can, I'm sorry, if we can go back to Mr. Gallegos because it says here public defenders. Is pretrial there?
Your Honor, if I may, Valerie Villarreal with pretrial. Mr. Gallegos was appointed on September 8, 2021. It's been changed in the system, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now we're back on, let me call the case, 2021 CRO 889D1, State of Texas versus Jason Duncan. We're here on evidence exchange. So you want to reset on the evidence exchange or you want to set it for a motion?
Reset on an evidence exchange, Your Honor.
Who's the, Ms. Rubio? I think was Mr. Hobson still standing in for her?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Well, how does the 14th of October sound, Mr. Garcia?
That's fine, Your Honor.
October 14th at 8:30 for evidence exchange. Okay, that one's taken care of.
I have another case, but I'll wait, Your Honor, because that one's a plea.
Okay, yeah, I think we're almost done with announcements, it sounds like.
Your Honor, Eduardo Davila, I have a quick announcement.
On which court?
It's going to be the 341st, Alejandro Rene Sanchez.
On what page?
Page 17, Judge.
Page 17.
He's also on page 11, Judge.
Yes.
Court calls 2020 CRH 1838 D3 and 2020 CRL 1150 D3, State of Texas versus Alejandro Rene Sanchez.
Yes, Your Honor. Last time we were here on this case, he had a pending hold a warrant with the federal government. And so now, after speaking with his attorney there, Mr. Eduardo Romero, it's my knowledge now that he has been indicted. He has a final pretrial in November the 3rd with Judge Saldana. And so I did confer with the state and I'm requesting a reset somewhere around after that so that we can go ahead and try to bundle these two together.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elizabeth Castillo on behalf of the state. I did speak with Mr. Davila and we are in agreement with the continuance. The court will grant it.
No, it's so granted. So what about December 7th?
That's good, Judge. If something comes sooner to my attention, I will bring it up to the court and maybe we can schedule something sooner.
Okay, so for right now, because if you mentioned November 2nd was when he had the final pretrial.
Yes, Judge, November 3rd, correct.
I mean, do you want something soon after that? Because we have the 16th of November.
Your Honor, sorry, go ahead.
I'll let Ms. Castillo decide.
Well, Your Honor, if we can just have it for the 16th of November, and that way, if we still need more time, then we'll ask the court for more time on that date.
Yeah, you're not gonna know it by that time how much he's getting. I mean, they have to do their PSI and that usually takes a couple of months.
That's true. So, I mean, the December setting is fine, Your Honor.
Yeah, and I don't think it's gotten any quicker.
Mhm.
So yeah, let's do it for December 7th. I mean, he may plead out on the final pretrial, but you're still not really gonna have anything solid regarding what he's looking at. So let's set it for the 7th, so we're not just coming back. And that'll be for final pretrial. We'll just reset this for final pretrial on the 7th, and that'll be with Judge Palomo. And then you all can talk.
And that's for both, I'm sorry, Your Honor, that's for both cases?
Both cases, the one ending in 1150 and 1838.
Thank you.
Honor, that's all I have. Might be excused.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Davila. Good to see
You
you.
have a great day.
All right, are we ready to go to the jail? Okay, who do we have on the third floor or second floor?
Juan Bruno Ramos, Your Honor, 406. Juan Bruno Ramos. Inglés, español. Los dos son menos. All right.
What, I have Marco there, tell me what page, Ramos? Oh, here it is. The court calls 2021 CRO 1077 D4, the state of Texas versus Juan Bruno Ramos. Mr. Ramos, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. You're here with your public defender attorney, who is?
Gerard Cantu, Your Honor.
Mr. Cantu, do you have an announcement for your client? We're here on arraignment.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, Mr. Ramos pleads not guilty, waives the reading of the indictment, and requests pretrial settings.
Lisa, Marco, can you repeat the settings?
Yes, Your Honor. November 3rd at 2 p.m. for informal.
November 3rd, 2 p.m. for informals.
And Your Honor, can I request his phone number in case he bonds out?
Okay, Mr. Ramos, is there a phone number where your attorney can reach you?
477 66.
All right, can you repeat it again?
477 66 53.
477 6653.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that's 956, right, Mr. Ramos? 956?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. Good luck, sir.
When is the court?
You're gonna be 11, November 3rd at 2 p.m. for informal.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Mhm.
All right, who do we have at the next level, or?
Your Honor, we got Javier Flores, 406. Javier Flores, 406.
The court calls 20008 CRD 286D for the state of Texas versus Javier Flores Jr. And I have, no, this can't be right. Nathan Chu is the ADA. Mr. Flores, who's your attorney?
Mr. Flores, can you hear me? Yes.
Who's your attorney?
I don't remember his name, sir.
Your Honor, Carlos for Pretrial Services. I believe Mr. Juan Garcia is retained on this matter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm representing Ms. Flores. We have a plea agreement with, it was with Mr. Paul Thompson, Your Honor. I believe it's for probation.
Wait, hold on a second. You have okay, I don't have any of the paperwork, but I'm assuming, are we going to adjudicate on the 3 charges he has, the 2 third-degree felonies and the second degree?
The offer I sent me was to adjudicate him guilty, Your Honor, 5 for 5, $1,000 fine, 400 hours of community service, and half of the fine due on half the term. And then he also had specified no 4-for-1 credit.
Okay, but I mean, he's already pled out. So basically, the first question I had, am I adjudicating on the 2 third-degree felonies and the second degree?
We didn't talk about that, Your Honor. He just said in his email, he just put adjudicate guilty. I was imagining it's for all of them.
Judge, if I may, Marlene Garcia from the probation department, whenever he was placed back in 2008, he was just placed on deferred adjudication for the possession of marijuana, felony 3, count 1 only.
Okay, were the other 2 dismissed?
Judge, only the count 2 possession shows dismiss in Odyssey and conviction on count 3 on the engaging felony 2.
Repeat that on the felony 2. What happened on that?
It shows that he was convicted as per the information in Odyssey. And that's on the engaging in organized criminal activity.
So really the motion to adjudicate is only on the 3rd-degree felony possession of marijuana. Mr. Garcia?
I believe so, Your Honor. And I think Mr. Thompson is also on line.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes, Your Honor. It's for the company plan, yes.
Okay, so I'm only going to adjudicate on that 1 count.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Flores, you understand English, right?
Repeat, Marcos. Judge.
There was a conviction back on June 21st of 2013, and there was a judgment filed on September 11 of 2013. So I'm not sure if it was ever a deferred.
Whose court is this?
It was denied by the court. The request for deferred was denied.
And this is a 406 case.
That is correct.
The motion, Your Honor, if I made the motion to revoke from probation, well, I have a 2008 case, and it was an 8-year probation, and he was placed on November 7, 2008, and he was placed on deferred adjudication, Your Honor.
Yeah, but they're telling me, okay, I just want to make sure that which one I'm going to adjudicate him guilty on. And then there's an agreement then. All right, Mr. Flores, we're going back to what happened in, I guess, in 2000, after 2008, where you'd already pled guilty to a 3rd-degree felony possession of a controlled or possession of marijuana. According to the representations of the district attorney's office and your attorney, based on the motion to revoke, they're asking that I adjudicate, which means that that's what I'm going to do right now is find you guilty of a 3rd-degree felony possession of marijuana. But what I'm also going to do is approve the agreement that was represented by your attorney, which is you're going to serve 5 years in a state prison, but that's going to be probated for 5 years. You're going to be required to pay a fine of how much?
$1,000, Turner.
$1,000.
Sir.
And there was going to be no 4-for-1 on this case?
Yes, Your Honor, that's what my understanding was.
Anything else?
Your Honor, it was supposed to be no 4-for-1 on 100 hours of the 400. So we just want him to get a job with the remaining 300, but with the first 300, we want him to actually work the hours.
You're cutting in and out, so I didn't really catch that, Mr. Thompson.
Your Honor, the agreement was for no 4-for-1 on the first 100 hours.
I get it. Okay.
And then 300 hours of the 4-for-1.
Okay, 4-for-1. Okay, so did you understand that, Mr. Flores? Mr. Flores?
Yes, sir.
You're going to be placed on probation and you're going to be required to complete 400 hours of community service.
Yes, sir.
The first 100 you're going to have to do without a 4-for-1, but the last 300 you can get a 4-for-1 if you're employed or going to school.
Okay.
Anything from probation on this that they need, a phone number or?
Yes, Your Honor, if you could provide an updated contact number, and I'll go ahead and try to process him by today. If he is released, can he report tomorrow at 8 a.m. to the probation office?
Okay. So, Mr. Flores, you're going to be placed on probation, which means you're going to be released soon. If you're released today, you're to report tomorrow at 8:30 to the probation office. And if it's not, then whatever day you get released, the next day you're going to have to report.
Okay, sir.
Okay, anything further on this case?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm just looking really quick at the record just to make sure that he was on a deferred. Is there a way we could temporarily just pass this just so I can check? I thought he was on deferred because of probation, but if the court is telling me he was never on deferred, how can we convict him of what he's already convicted of? I just wanted to check on that just to make sure. Can we just get a brief pass for a little bit later on today?
Judge, Marco's trying to say something.
Marcos, can you shed some light on this?
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. I misspoke earlier. There are multiple defendants, and this defendant, Javier Flores, was on a deferred adjudication, and it was on an 8-for-8.
Okay.
Back in November 7 of 2008.
Okay. Thank you, Marco.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then no objections, Your Honor.
So we're good. Okay. All right, Mr. Flores. So basically what the court said earlier stands, and don't forget to report to probation immediately the following day, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Judge, if I may, can he provide a phone number?
Or do you have a family member phone number where we can reach you?
Yeah. 235 1797.
Whose phone number is that?
Mine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Thank
All right,
you.
good luck, Mr. Flores. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Okay, going back to the second floor, or yes. Who do we have on the second floor?
Inglés, español. Sí. Inglés, español. O sea, all right. Your Honor, we got Arevalo Reinaldo Arnulfo, 406.
Arnulfo. Here we go. The court calls 2021 CRH 58D4, the state of Texas versus Reynaldo Arnulfo Arevalo.
Your Honor, he has a second case on the docket. Under 2021 CRH 1042.
On what page?
Page 7, Judge.
The court also calls 2021 CRH 1042D4. And they're both set for a plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let me. Do I have plea packages? Oh, here we go. Okay. Mr. Arevalo, do you speak English?
Sure.
Okay. Your attorneys, the attorneys in this case, the district attorney's office and your attorney have announced that you have a plea agreement in reference to the charges you have. So what I need to do is ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk, please.
Do you solemnly swear to say the truth on this case? Do you solemnly swear to say the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is your true and correct name Reynaldo Arnulfo Arevalo?
Yes, sir.
And you're here with your attorney, Mr. Cantu?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to talk to him about what's going to happen here today?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to ask him questions about the plea package you signed?
Yes, sir.
Have you been satisfied with the services he's provided?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything I need to know about your medical condition or anything that prevents you from understanding what we're doing here today? Was that a no?
Yes, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Cantu, do you believe your client to be competent to go forward with trial today?
Yes, Your Honor, he is.
Okay. I have in front of me the plea package you signed, Mr. Arevalo, and in this you indicated that you're waiving certain rights, and I'm going to cover some of those really quick here to make sure you understand what's happening. And the first right you're waiving is that you don't have to plead guilty. You have a right to have a jury hear your case. You have a right to have a jury assess punishment. And if there are witnesses against you, you have a right to ask them questions at trial. If we go forward, do you understand that you're waiving that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was that?
Indeed.
Okay. And it also, another right that you're giving up is that if I go along with your agreement and I sentence you along the lines of the agreement you have with the state of Texas, you cannot file an appeal and complain about that sentence unless you get special permission from the court. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I have to ask everyone this, are you a US citizen?
Yes, sir.
And even though you're telling me that you are, I have to admonish you or tell you that if you are not, I'm not saying you're not, but if you're not a US citizen, pleading guilty could subject you to deportation, denied reentry, or becoming a US citizen. Do you understand that?
Sure.
And knowing all these things that we've talked about, do you still want to go forward with your plea?
No entiendo.
Knowing that you're waiving all these rights, do you still want to go forward with your plea?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does the defense waive a formal reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Arevalo, you have two cases here, and both are the same charge. As to the charge in case ending in 1042 D4, the aggravated robbery, felony 1, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
And on the cause number ending in 58D4, on the charge of aggravated robbery, felony 1, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily? You need to speak up a little bit.
No, sir.
Okay, no, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
No, yo estoy hablando guilty.
Okay. Has anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
And aside from the agreement that you have with the state of Texas, has anyone promised you anything else for pleading guilty?
No, sir.
Are you pleading guilty, Mr. Arevalo, because you're accepting responsibility for these 2 offenses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, before I accept your plea, I do have to also admonish you that if you're found guilty for the offense, a first-degree felony in the state of Texas, I have to tell you what the maximum sentence could be. You could be confined up from a term of 5 to 99 years, and you could receive a fine of up to 10,000 for both of those. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And knowing that, you still want to go forward with your plea?
Yes, sir.
I have in front of me 2 plea packages. Did you go over these with the attorney?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign both of them?
Yes, sir.
Is the state offering these exhibits into evidence?
Yes, Judge, state offers states exhibit 1, 2, and 3 for both cases.
No, no, Your Honor, no objections.
States exhibits 1, 2, and 3 on both cases are admitted. Mr. Aravelo, based on the evidence and your testimony, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I find that your plea has been made willingly and voluntarily, and I'm going to find you guilty of the offense on both offenses of aggravated robbery, felony 1, and aggravated robbery, felony 1. Is there anything that we need to cover before going on to sentencing?
No, Your Honor, I believe there will be 2 cases that will be 1245 and one that will be NAFP as part of the plea, but I believe it will be covered at sentencing.
Yes. The court has reviewed the plea package, and Mr. Aravelo, I am going to go along and approve the agreement you have made with the state of Texas, which means that under cause number 1042 D4, you're going to serve 6 years in a with the Texas Institutional Division. That case will run concurrent with the other case, which I'm also finding you or sentencing you to 6 years in the Institutional Division of the state of Texas. But that means that those cases are going to run together. The court is also going to approve consideration of the unadjudicated offenses in DA file number 406-21-04669 and DA file number 406-21-03858. And that's for both cases. The court is also going to accept the state's recommendations to not accept for prosecution the following case. DA number 1121-06-572 on both cases. That means that they're not going to prosecute you on those, Mr. Aravalos. Mr. Aravalos, you also will be given credit for time served. And as I mentioned, these 2 cases will run together concurrently, okay? The court is approving the agreement that you made with the state of Texas today. And the court, do we need to assess attorney's fees?
We're asking to waive the attorney fees, Your Honor. He is unemployed and he has been found indigent, and he's going to be serving considerable time.
The only fee, I think, is there a Crime Stoppers fee on this?
No, Judge, it would only be the court cost of 325 and attorney's fees of 500 as to each case.
The court is going to approve the request by the defense to waive court costs and attorney's fees on this case, on both cases. How much time does he have for credit, roughly, just out of curiosity?
Roughly about a little over 4 months, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Aravalo, do you have any questions about what just happened?
Oh, sir.
All right, best of luck, sir. May your time pass fast.
Pues, sir, le voy a preguntar una pregunta.
Okay,
Está corriendo todo junto y nomás vieron 6 years.
that's correct. Yes.
Okay, está bueno.
Yeah, that I mentioned that, but that's what concurrent means. They're gonna run, van a correr juntos. They're gonna run together.
All right, thank you.
All right, good luck, sir. All right, who do we have on the second floor?
Gerardo Delgado Jr., 406. Gerardo Delgado Jr., 406.
The court calls 2017 CRM 1037 D4, the state of Texas versus Gerardo Delgado Jr. We're here on a final pretrial. Mr. Juan Hernandez, are you here? I saw you earlier. Mr. Hernandez? Mr. Hernandez? Mr. Delgado, do you speak English?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. We're waiting for your attorney. I saw him here a little while ago. Mr. Hernandez? All right, let's do this. Let's go to the third floor and leave Mr. Delgado there, and we'll come back to him in a sec. Who do we have on the third floor?
341st, Delgado Alejandro Jr. Delgado Alejandro Jr.
Wait,
Page 3, Judge.
is that the same name?
Thank you for calling Pretrial Services. For English, press 1. Para español, oprime número.
For administrative clerk and general information, press 1.
Fred, can you mute yourself, Fred?
Attorney appointment.
I'm sorry, was it David Gonzalez?
Alejandro Delgado on page 3 and the 341st
Oh,
docket.
I'm sorry. Wrong docket. The state calls 2018 CRD 928 D3, the state of Texas versus Alejandro Delgado Jr. Mr. Delgado, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is your date of birth 12/7/89?
Correct.
Okay. I got a report on this. Okay, we're here on a motion to revoke. Who's here from the Public Defender's Office? Mr. Cantu, have you taken over Ms. Rodriguez's cases?
It's Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Serrano, who will be taking over Ms. Rodriguez cases, Your Honor. However, I'm not sure what's going on with this case. If we could have a short reset.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what I know. I will give you a quick reset, but who did you say was going to take over?
It's Mr. Miguel Serrano.
The state has filed a motion to revoke his probation. He was on probation for 10 years, a 10 for 10. And you might let Mr. Serrano know that the state is asking, or the recommendation at least, is to go ahead and revoke based on the fact that he's not complying.
Judge Cassandra Rios for the state. I'm covering for Ms. Claudia Sandoval. The offer has been relayed for ISF. And we are in agreement for a reset so that Mr. Serrano can have some time to talk to his client.
Okay, Mr. Delgado, can you hear me okay? Okay, Mr. Delgado, you've been visiting with attorney Rodriguez, Estela Rodriguez, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, she retired last week. Okay, so the public defender's office is reassigning her cases, and you're going to have a new attorney, same
Sure.
office. And what we're going to do is reset this case to give the new attorney an opportunity to go visit with you, which they're going to do soon. And we're going to reset this case again for a motion to revoke. This is a 341st case.
Yes, Judge.
Let's set it with Judge Palomo on the 14th then of October at 8:30.
Okay.
And that way,
Is there any way they can take away the probation hold that I have, that I can bond out? My wife is about to give labor. She's inducing right now in a couple of days.
so that you have another case?
No.
Oh, okay, just on this one?
Yes. I believe I have a probation hold. That's why I was trying to see if they could remove that, and I could bond out, and I'll be reporting, you know?
What was the basis of the revocation? Besides, you were testing positive a few
Yes,
times.
Your Honor.
Judge, if I may, Marlene Garza, for the probation department, we did allege condition number 1. He has a subsequent arrest for unlawful possession of firearm by a felon on August the 20th, and he did vote to report. Last reporting date was August of 2020.
Yeah. Look, Mr. Delgado, I'm sorry you're in this situation, but we're doing a quick turnaround on this. And, you were already given one chance. So for right now, and I don't have any information regarding the new arrest. So Mr. Serrano, when he goes and talk to you, make sure you talk to him about that, because I'm sure Judge Palomo is going to want to ask you about your subsequent arrest. Okay, so I'm sorry I can't do anything for you right now. I'm going to reset your case for the 14th.
For the 14th?
Yes, of October.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Who do we have on the second floor?
Gerardo Delgado, Your Honor, standing by for attorney Juan Hernandez on his own.
That was a 406 on page 4. Oh, this is Alejandro, and that was Alejandro. This is Gerardo Delgado. Mr. Hernandez, are you back?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm online with the secretary for Mr. Juan Hernandez. They're trying to log in. They're having difficulties with the code that we gave them, so they're gonna attempt to log in shortly.
Did you figure out that you had added a 1 before the 0? There?
That is correct.
Okay. It happens. We'll blame it on Cruz.
Sir, I can get Felix Alberto Martinez in here, 341st. Your Honor, you want to get Delgado or you want to get Martinez?
Well, we're having problems with the attorney Hernandez on the Delgado, but have him on standby.
Yes, Your Honor, he's outside.
Okay, and let's go ahead up to the 3rd floor and see who we have there.
Vargas Joseph Anthony, 49.
There's Mr. Hernandez. Joseph Anthony, 49.
Your Honor,
Your Honor,
Here we go. the court calls 219 CRO 972 D1, State of Texas versus Joseph Anthony Vargas.
Your Honor, if I may, this is Ernest Garcia.
Who's here for the state first? Francisco Mendoza.
I believe he's out on maternity leave, Your Honor. I think it was Mr. Krishna.
Oh, Elizabeth Castillo on behalf of the state, I can stand in and Mr. Krishna's not here.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just to inform the court, I was retained on this case this morning. It's a motion to revoke. It's actually a motion to adjudicate arraignment. And we will plead not true right now, Your Honor.
And I show, well, if it is, what was his bond at before?
I don't know, Your Honor. Right now, it's a no bond, but I know some of the other judges, if you look at the violations, I believe he tested positive one time. He's in arrears. He didn't do the defensive driving course, and he failed to report for 3 months. But if you look at the arrears, he owes probation $184. He owes judicial collections $585. We would be asking the court if the court would grant us that, then him pay the total. Those two added together is $769. That could be a cash bond, and that would take care of that. I know it's probably a little more since they filed this, but that's what they're alleging right now. We would ask for a $769 cash bond, which would go to probation and to judicial collection.
What say the state? Ms. Castillo?
Yes, Your Honor. I thought I saw Mr. Krishna.
Yes, Your Honor. Chris Krishna for the state.
Oh.
I don't have any objection to that request, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll set bond at $769 cash.
Your Honor, is there a way that, I don't know who does that, maybe probation knows how to do that? Do they inform the jail that that money is supposed to be to probation and judicial collection?
Right.
I believe the clerk would have to send a dispo to the jail, right, Mary?
That is correct, Judge. And I will state there that it's a cash bond and it's to be payable to probation for the
Very
two
well.
different amounts.
Your Honor.
Mr. Vargas, did you hear all of that?
Yes, I do hear that.
Well, I expect you to walk the line if you get out. You understand that?
Yes, I understand.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at my tablet and it's the battery, they're telling me the battery is real low. So you granted that bond, and if I could get a reset date?
What about 2 weeks?
That would suffice.
Okay, we're gonna reset this in for October 14th at 8:30 a.m. October
Very well,
14th.
Your Honor.
Judge, if I may, I don't think he'll be in custody. Will he be released?
Oh, that's right.
Yes, so October 22nd at 9 a.m.
Say that again, if he's released?
October 22nd.
I can't hear you.
October 22nd, 9 a.m.
Very well. I'm pretty sure he can get out on that bond, Your Honor.
Mr. Vargas, you're gonna need to be in court on that date, the 22nd of October. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's all I have. May be excused, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Go
Thank
Horns
you.
again.
Go Horns. Yeah, what a game.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, take care, Mr. Vargas. Don't forget what I said.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, let's see, I saw Mr. Hernandez. Let's go to page 4 of the 406 docket.
Yes, Your Honor, Gerardo Delgado, 406.
Yes, okay, we've got the attorney here. The court calls 217 CRM 1034 D4, State of Texas versus Gerardo Delgado Jr. We're here on a final pretrial, Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, Your Honor. I was appointed to this case about 3 months ago. We received most of the discovery. However, we are still trying to negotiate or finagle some of the issues. I believe Mr. Thompson is the ADA. What I would be asking for, Judge, is since yesterday I talked to Mr. Thompson, I'd like to go to the jail and also talk to Mr. Delgado. I believe that if it's probably going to be a trial, more probably than not. So along with my request for the next final pretrial, so I can talk to him in person and give him basically all of the spill that I talked to with Mr. Thompson, we would also be asking if the court would entertain a request for a bond. I understand that there's been a few cases out there, but Mr. Delgado is not going anywhere, Judge. And if it is going to be a trial, I would rather have him out here so he can help me out. It's kind of hard to prepare while he's in jail.
Response from the state, Mr. Thompson?
We just want to call the court's attention that he has no showed to this court 7 times. In addition to that, he has showed at the end of the docket twice after that. It's been 5 KPSs. 1 time the court gave him a pass. 1 time the court gave him pass pending apprehension. So I have doubts as to whether or not he's going to show up, even if it's by Zoom.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hernandez, you know, I try to work with both sides as possible, but I'm going to agree with the state on this one. The request for a bond is going to be denied. And I'm going to set you for final pretrial. Again, I have a setting on the 16th of November. I don't know if that's too far out with Judge Hale.
No, I think that's good, Judge. Although I already have some pre-existing plans for me to be out of state, and I believe I either leave on the 16th or the 17th, but I believe it's on the 16th.
Well, there's a November 10th with Judge Lopez.
December 14th, Your Honor.
Oh, December 14th. If this is going to be a trial, then December 14th is the next setting with Judge Hale.
Okay.
All right.
Would that be for a trial setting, Your Honor, or would that be for another final pretrial?
December 14th, 9:30 for final pretrial.
Final pretrial.
Okay.
Your Honor, just so we have the ability to start subpoenaing federal witnesses at this time, is there a January, maybe a suspected trial date that we could set some witnesses?
I'm sorry, I was like.
Wait, hold on. Mr. Serrano, you put yourself on mute. There you go. Sorry about that, Mr. Thompson. Say again.
I'm gonna try today.
Marco, do you have, what was your request, Mr. Thompson?
I would like a potential January trial setting just so I can start subpoenaing witnesses.
Marco, do you have that?
No, Your Honor. I believe Judge Hale will be asking me on that date and asking both defense counsel and state to see where they're at.
Because, Your Honor, the thing is that a lot of the witnesses, if not most of them, are federal witnesses. So we're going to have to ask permission and then secure them by subpoena. So
Well,
if we had
the other option might be the earlier setting, Mr. Hernandez, is the 19th of October.
That's probably too soon, Judge, but I mean, I'll do what the court wants me to do, but I think that's kind of early. I think sometime in December,
Waiting more here for you, man, because
but I believe that
already the fourth court of appeals already dismissed. And now you're subject to the injunction.
Judge, there's also November 16th with Judge Hale.
That's the date I was, looking at right now. So let's set it for, but that's the date that Mr. Hernandez is going out of town.
Your Honor, if we can leave it on December the 14th, and then from that point on, let the judge tell us. I don't know that we will be ready for January if we have a final pretrial in December, but I would prefer to have Judge Hale tell us that these are the trial dates. Let's get it on.
yes, Your Honor, I'm fine with December 14th. I just would like I want to get a month in advance for the trial date just so I can secure these federal witnesses. That's all.
Marco, can you make a note of that? I mean, and bring it up again. And this will be with Judge Hale. And
That is correct, Your Honor. I believe this would be scheduled either trial number 2 or trial number 3. We do have another older case and pending with the 406. So I will let Judge Hale know, and we will go ahead and if I have an answer before then, I'll go ahead and let both parties know.
Okay.
Oh, does that work, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So the case will be set for final pretrial on the 14th of December, 9:30.
9:30?
9:30.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
The attorneys are excused as well as the party. Who do we have on the third floor? Was it third floor?
Rafael Ruiz Cantu, 49. Rafael Ruiz Cantu.
Cantu. The court calls 2019 CRM 442 D1, State of Texas versus Rafael Ruiz Cantu.
Estamos en la causa 2019 CRM 442D1, el estado de Texas contra Rafael Luis Cantú.
Mr. Davalos, are you here? Mr. Hobson, is this your case?
I'm sorry, Judge. Could you repeat that?
It's State of Texas versus.
No, Judge, it's mine, Robert Gutierrez. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties with my mic. I'm on the phone right now calling Mr. Garcia, so we don't have to recall this case.
Okay. Yeah.
It's ADA Robert Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Well, we can go to the next one and come back.
I'm here present.
There he is. Can you hear us okay, Mr. Davalos?
Yes, my apologies, Your Honor. I'm here present. Is this with Rafael Ruiz Cortez?
No, Rafael Ruiz Cantu.
Yes, Cantu. Yes, I'm sorry. My apologies.
And for the state?
Me, Robert Gutierrez. Judge.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gutierrez, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. We have a plea agreement already. And it's my understanding that it's a count pleading guilty to count 2 DWI Class B.
Oh, I
and it's already been, signed by my clients.
Yes, no, I have.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Yes, I have the packages here.
I sent another one today, later on this afternoon, just to correct the date of offense. If the court has the old one, I'm sure the state is not going to object to just simply orally put the correct date, which is on the second page at the top.
That's correct, Judge.
Other than that,
I have 9/23/2021.
yeah, that one, that's the one that we need to. It's incorrect. It will be my understanding that it will.
You broke up. What was the date of the offense? Mr. Davalos, you cut off on us. Mr. Gutierrez, do you know the date of the offense?
I don't off the top of my head, Judge.
Okay.
Judge, it reads on the corrected plea 3/24 of 2018.
3/24.
of 2018.
You're on mute, Mr. Davalos.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, I just need to double check on the, but it's
3/24/2018.
yeah, maybe if the clerk can assist by providing the indictment in this case, and that way the court can just simply read that date.
Would you like for me to share the indictment, Judge?
No, I mean,
Yes, and it says 3/4 of 2018 on the indictment.
Okay, yeah, that's the correct date. It's 3/4/2018. So if the court can just orally, if the court can include, right off the incorrect date and just write in the correct date, Your Honor.
yeah, the date of offense now shows March 4th, 2018.
Yes.
Okay.
And that will be the only change, which is account 2, the WI Class B.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Cantu, do you understand English?
Señor Cantu, ¿usted entiende inglés?
Necesito intérprete.
I do need an interpreter.
Great. Okay, we have one for you then.
Ya le tenemos uno.
Can you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Por favor, levante su mano derecha para ser juramentado.
Do you solemnly swear to the testimony you're about to give on this case to say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
¿Jura usted solemnemente que la declaración que usted está a punto de dar en este caso será la verdad, toda la verdad y solamente la verdad?
Sí, pero tenía unas preguntas.
Yes, I do have some questions though.
Okay, go. What's your first question?
¿Cuál es su primer pregunta?
Sí, no sé cómo pusieron ahí en mi case. Yo pasé el 12 de marzo por el puente número 2. Venía de acompañante. No sé cómo hayan puesto ahí.
I did came in. I don't know how it's on the case. I did pass the bridge on March the 12th, and I was not driving. I was a passenger.
Okay,
Your Honor,
go ahead, Mr. Davalos.
Your Honor, if the court can just simply remind my client is under the belief that there has been discussion of facts having to do with him crossing the bridge, and I've already informed my client that this is only about him driving the vehicle intoxicated on March 4 of 2018.
Si se le puede informar a mi cliente, yo le recordé, él está creyendo que estamos hablando de su cruce en el puente, pero estamos hablando con mi cliente solamente de la ocasión en la que él estaba conduciendo el vehículo el día 4 de marzo.
And Mr. Cantu, the case before me right now, you have 2 offenses, but if we go along with the plea agreement you have, we're only going to proceed on count 2, which is the driving while intoxicated case.
Señor Cantú, el caso que tengo ante mí, aunque usted tiene 2 ofensas, solamente vamos a repasar lo que está en el acuerdo declaratorio y vamos a continuar con el cargo que usted tiene de conducir bajo estado de ebriedad.
Okay.
If we follow the agreement, if I follow the agreement, then the state is going to dismiss the case for possession of a controlled substance.
Si nosotros continuamos con el acuerdo que usted hizo con el Estado, entonces se le va a quitar el caso que tenía de posesión de sustancias controladas.
Okay.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity then to talk to Mr. Davalos about what's going to happen here today?
Usted ya tuvo la oportunidad de hablar con el señor Dávalos de lo que va a suceder aquí hoy.
Sí.
Yes.
And I have to ask, is your true and correct name Rafael Ruiz Cantú?
Su nombre completo es Rafael Ruiz Cantú.
Sí.
Yes.
Have you been satisfied with the services he's provided?
¿Usted ha quedado satisfecho con los servicios que él le ha brindado?
Sí.
Yes.
And he's explained to you what's going to happen here today.
¿Y él ya le ha explicado lo que va a suceder aquí hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Is there anything about your medical condition or otherwise that prevents you from understanding what's happening today?
¿Usted tiene alguna condición médica que prohíba que usted entienda lo que está sucediendo aquí hoy?
No.
No.
I have in front of me a plea package. Did you sign that plea package?
Tengo frente a mí un paquete declaratorio. ¿Usted firmó este paquete?
Sí.
Yes.
In this agreement with the state of Texas, there are certain rights that you're giving up, and I'm going to cover a few of those rights.
En este acuerdo que usted hizo con el estado de Texas, usted está renunciando a alguno de sus derechos y voy a repasar unos con usted.
Okay. Sí.
Yes, okay.
Do you understand if we go forward today, you're waiving your right to remain silent? You do not have to plead guilty.
¿Entiende usted que si continuamos hoy, usted está renunciando a su derecho de permanecer en silencio y que está renunciando al derecho de no tener que declararse culpable?
No entendí nada.
¿Entiende usted que si seguimos el día de hoy, usted está renunciando a su derecho de permanecer en silencio y usted está renunciando a su derecho de no tener que declararse culpable?
Sí.
Yes.
You also have the right to have a jury hear your case and have a jury assess your punishment. And if there are people that have witnesses against you, you have a right to ask them questions at trial.
Usted también tiene el derecho de tener un juicio por jurado y de que un jurado dicte su castigo. Y si hay personas, testigos en su contra, usted también tiene el derecho de un contrainterrogatorio.
Sí.
Yes.
And if I go along with the agreement that you and your attorney have with the state of Texas, and I sentence you along the lines of that agreement, you also lose the right to complain and appeal about the sentence that you agreed to.
Si yo voy en acuerdo al convenio que usted y su abogado tienen con el Estado y yo dicto sentencia según ese acuerdo, usted pierde el derecho de que presente alguna queja o alguna apelación a su sentencia.
Sí. Okay.
Yes.
And I have to ask everyone this question, are you a U.S. citizen?
A todos les tengo que hacer esta pregunta. ¿Es usted ciudadano de Estados Unidos?
Pasé con mi ID, residente.
With my ID, I am a resident.
Okay. Do you understand that by pleading guilty to an offense, you could run the risk of being deported, being denied reentry, or denied the right to become a U.S. citizen?
¿Entiende usted que si usted se presenta culpable de su ofensa, usted corre el riesgo de ser deportado, que se le niegue su reingresión a los Estados Unidos o que pierda su derecho a llegar a ser ciudadano?
Mr. Cantu, did you answer?
Señor Cantú, ¿su respuesta?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that risk then?
¿Usted entiende este riesgo?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Having discussed all these rights that you're waiving and the other risks, do you still want to go forward with your plea of guilty today?
Ahora que tiene claro los derechos a los cuales usted está renunciando, ¿usted quiere continuar con su declaración?
Así.
Yes.
Okay. Does the defense waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor, we waive it.
Mr. Cantu, as to count 2 of the indictment, driving while intoxicated, Class B misdemeanor, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Señor Cantú, en el delito que usted tiene, que es delito 2, y conducir bajo los efectos del alcohol, que es una clase B, delito menor, ¿cómo se declara?
Culpable.
Repítame.
Culpable.
Guilty.
Mr. Cantu, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Señor Cantú, ¿usted se está presentando culpable, libre y voluntariamente?
Sí.
Yes.
Has anybody forced you to plead guilty?
¿Alguien lo ha obligado a que se presente culpable?
No.
No.
And aside from the agreement that you have with the state of Texas, has anyone promised you anything else?
Aparte del acuerdo que usted tiene con el estado de Texas, ¿alguien más le ha prometido alguna otra cosa?
Nomás quería saber por qué salieron 2 DWI.
Repítame, por favor.
No, nada, está bien, todo está bien.
No, nothing. Everything is fine.
Are you accepting responsibility for the offense then?
¿Usted está aceptando ser responsable por esta ofensa?
Sí.
Yes.
I also have to let you know that the maximum punishment for a Class B misdemeanor in the state of Texas
También le tengo que dar a conocer que el castigo máximo en un delito menor clase B en el estado de Texas
is 180 days in that county jail and a fine of $2,000.
es encarcelamiento en una cárcel del estado hasta 180, en una cárcel del condado hasta 180 días y una multa de hasta $2,000.
Sí.
Yes.
And one last question, Mr. Cantu, you are aware that the date of the offense is March 4th, 2018?
Señor Cantú, ¿usted está al tanto que el día de esta ofensa fue el día 4 de marzo 2018?
Sí.
Yes.
And I asked you this question a little while ago, but did you sign the plea agreement with the state of Texas?
Esta pregunta ya se la hice anteriormente. ¿Usted firmó este acuerdo declaratorio con el estado de Texas?
Parece que sí, sí.
I think so. Yes.
Is that your signature there?
¿Esta es su firma aquí, la que ve?
Sí.
Yes.
Is the state offering exhibit number 1?
Yes, Judge.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
State's exhibit number 1 will be.
No objections.
State's exhibit number 1 will be admitted.
Este documento de prueba ha sido aceptado.
Okay, Mr. Cantu, based on your testimony and the evidence before the court,
Señor Cantú, basándonos en su declaración y las pruebas que se han presentado ante este tribunal,
I'm finding that I'm going to accept your plea of guilty
voy a estar aceptando su declaración de culpable.
I find that it has been made willingly and voluntarily,
Y encuentro que usted ha hecho esta declaración libremente y voluntariamente.
so I'm going to find you guilty of the offense of driving while intoxicated, Class B misdemeanor.
Así es de que le voy a declarar culpable de estar conduciendo bajo la influencia del alcohol, que es una clase B, crimen menor.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, anything
Yeah,
before?
and Your Honor,
Yes,
yeah, just to clarify so that he can also hear it, and it's part of the plea agreement that the other cause number that it's in the plea agreement that is going to be dismissed, and that he has already served the 180 days in jail, and he's been given credit time served.
Su señoría, solamente para aclarar que la otra parte del otro caso que él tiene, caso ya no lo tendrá y que él ya ha servido 180 días y tiene crédito por el tiempo que ha servido.
and thank you, Mr. Davalos. I was going to cover that during the sentencing portion, so I guess we're proceeding right into sentencing. Mr.
Gracias, señor.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Gracias, señor
I'm sorry.
Dávila. Eso lo iba a cubrir una vez que se diera la sentencia. Creo que podemos pasar a la sentencia.
Mr. Cantu, the court is going to approve your agreement with the state of Texas.
Señor Cantú, este tribunal va a aceptar el acuerdo que usted hizo con el estado de Texas.
Punishment will be assessed at 180 days in a county jail.
El castigo es de 180 días en una cárcel del condado.
You will be given credit for time served.
A usted se le dará crédito por el tiempo que ya lleva servido.
The court will also approve dismissal of count 1.
También va a aprobar que se le va a quitar el cargo 1,
as well as dismissal of cause number 2018 CRB 1036L1.
al igual que se le quite el caso que tiene 2018 CRB 1036L1,
which is also a DWI charge.
que también es un encargo de conducir bajo la influencia. Yes.
Are there any probation, are there any court costs or?
That would be $410 for court costs.
Tendrá costos a tribunales de $410.
Sí.
Yes.
And Your Honor, if it's possible that the court consider that any time that is over the 180 days that it be used towards the court costs. And also, as well as the court consider waiving the court costs because my client will very likely be passed on to immigration custody.
Si es posible, quisiera que este tribunal considerara el tiempo que él lleva sirviendo de los 180 días, que de ahí también se quiten los costos tribunales o los costos judiciales y también que se considere quitarle los costos judiciales porque quizás pudiera terminar bajo la custodia de inmigración.
I'll grant that request.
Le voy a aprobar esa solicitud.
Anything further?
¿Alguna otra cosa?
No, Your Honor.
No, su señoría.
Okay. Mr. Cantu, if in fact you've already served 180 days, you'll be released soon.
Señor Cantú, si de hecho usted ya ha servido 180 días, se le dejará en libertad muy pronto.
Possibly today.
posiblemente el día de hoy.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further from the attorneys?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then the parties and the attorneys on this case are excused.
No hay nada más de parte de los abogados, así es de que todas las partes quedan despedidas.
Going on to the second floor.
341st, 341st, Felix Alberto Martinez. Felix Alberto Martinez.
The court calls cause number 2014 CRD 276D3 and 2015 CRD 992D3, the state of Texas versus Felix Alberto Martinez.
Yes, Your Honor. We have an agreement for my client to attend ISF relapse for the cognitive track only, and to not accept for prosecution a failure to ID arrest as part of this agreement. Yes, Your Honor. Crystal Calderon for the state. That is correct. That is the agreement.
Okay, both of you are coming in really mute, so I think Ms. Calderon's is a little bit clearer. Did I understand there's an agreement?
Yes, Your Honor. The agreement is for the defendant to attend ISF relapse, the cognitive track, and the state will also not accept for prosecution a failure to ID. That pre-filing number PFCC 21-001887L1. And the state will withdraw the motion to revoke at this time.
Then the agreement is approved, and also the motion to withdraw the motion to revoke is also approved. Mr. Martinez, did you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
And Your Honor, just to clarify, the failure to ID is the arrest from August 23rd, 2021.
August 23rd, 2021.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further on this case?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, hopefully you'll get something out of the treatment they're offering you, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, best of luck. You be strong when you get out there. Thank you, Ms. Calderon and
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Needy. All right, who do we have on the third floor?
341st, Esparza Raúl Armando.
Page 19. Why did I have a line across that one?
Judge Cassandra Leos for the state. This is going to be a plea. However, we haven't been, I just got the fingerprints today, so we still need to file the plea agreement. So it was going to be reset for another plea date.
Well, we've got another date in 7 days.
We have the date already, Your Honor. It's October the 6th at 1:30 p.m.
That's the date I was going to give you. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm a little bit of a psychic, Your Honor.
Wait, hold on. Let me, page 19. This was Mr. Esparza? Mr. Esparza, did you hear that?
Sure.
Your case is set for a plea, but the fingerprints didn't make it in, so we don't have your plea package. But you'll be back here in 7 days.
I will go visit him. It also needs an initial for him. I tried yesterday, but it was the jail was full. So I'll try again today, Your Honor.
Okay. So we'll see you back here in 7 days, Mr. Esparza, and hopefully everything will get resolved.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, we'll do the second floor, and then we'll take a 5-minute break for the staff and everyone.
Your Honor, I don't know if 406 is still on. I believe they're done with their docket.
Are they?
I don't have anybody else, Your Honor, 406.
Oh, Marco, is that true?
I apologize, Your Honor. I'll stay till the end. I was having trouble logging in.
That was going to be your punishment for not logging in properly. So, no, if we have no further cases from the 406, the clerks and the staff are excused.
Yes, Your Honor. I just don't know on page 1 and 2, Your Honor, Jose Luis Prado and Jose Salinas, if they were called, and if so, I guess they were past pending apprehension. There's active warrants on the MTR.
Yeah, we're set for arraignment. I don't know that they were passed.
Jose Salinas, Jose Alberto Salinas was released from custody 9/24, September 24th.
Yes, Your Honor. So there was motions to revoke filed, Your Honor. So they went out with a capias, so they'll be past pending apprehension, and then we'll place them back on the docket once they're in custody.
Both of those? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you don't have to fall on the sword. You're excused, Marco. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right, yeah, we'll take the break after we take care of the, who do we have ready?
Second, Your Honor, Padilla Pineda Cristobal, Padilla Pineda, 341st, also needs an interpreter.
All right.
It belongs to Miguel, Public Defenders, page 9, Your Honor.
341st.
Page 9.
The court calls 2020 CRF 1139 D3 State of Texas versus Padilla Cristobal Moisés Padilla Piñeda.
Estamos en la causa 2020 CRF 1139D3. El estado con Cristóbal Padilla Moisés Pineda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Padilla.
Muy buenas tardes, señor Padilla.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Serrano, you're here for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, we are requesting from the court new pretrial dates. This case will most likely than not be a trial, and I just stepped in. I need to double check what was done and what was not done in the case.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, can you interpret that for Mr. Padilla, please?
Estamos pidiendo para la fecha de juicio. Creo que no vamos a ir a juicio, solamente debo verificar qué fue lo que se hizo. No hay ninguna objeción sobre esto.
How much time, Mr. Serrano?
If you can take it as a new case, you know, like I said, this is a continuous sexual assault of a child, so I need to request a lot of, I just need to double check what was done in the case. I've just glanced at it. So if you can take it as a new case.
Why don't we do why don't we do you think setting it for a pretrial in November would be too soon?
No, that
Judge,
was fine, Your Honor, and then if, go ahead.
So as I've informed the court, well, off the record, I will no longer be handling this case after about 3 weeks from now. So maybe a little longer would be better, so that whoever takes my place can have sufficient time to review everything, because it's a serious charge.
So yeah, why don't we, I guess, do a do-over? What did Judge Palomo initially set her cases for?
Judge, we have December 7 at 8:30.
I know, but I mean, every court does it differently, and that's why.
It would just be pre-trial, Judge.
Pre-trial, Judge, pre-trial.
So, all right, so yeah, we're switching it from final to pre-trial on December 7th.
December 7 for pre-trial at 8:30 a.m.
And that's, Mr. Hobson, I need to mention to you something that's happening next week that involves Texas OU. So make sure you come by and see me.
Of course, I'll be there.
All right. So go Horns. All right. Okay, there's Mr. Padilla, did you understand what happened?
Señor Padilla, ¿usted tiene claro lo que ha sucedido aquí?
No. No sé qué pasó.
No, I do not know what happened.
Okay. Your old attorney, Estela Rodriguez, retired last week.
Su abogada anterior, la señora Estela Rodríguez, se ha retirado desde la semana pasada.
Mr. Miguel Serrano is going to be your new attorney.
El señor Miguel Serrano va a ser su nuevo abogado.
Okay. Muchas gracias.
All right, thank you.
And he asked me to approve some time so that he can get up to speed on your case.
Y él también me ha pedido tiempo para que él pudiera agilizar su caso.
So your case is being reset for December 14th.
Así es de que su caso continuará el día 14 de diciembre a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Okay,
Thank you.
We'll see you then.
Nos vemos en ese entonces.
Buena suerte. Good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we have nothing further on this. The parties are excused. We're going to take a 5-minute break sharp for folks to stretch your legs and get some water or coffee.
Miss Alma or Miss Lisa, are you there?
Why not, sir?
Is everyone back except the 406th? Is everyone ready to go?
Yes, Judge, we're ready.
Okay. Who do we have on the third floor?
We got Jesus Sanchez, 341st. Jesus Sanchez.
Page 17.
The court calls 2020 CRM 1441 D3, the state of Texas versus Jesus Sanchez.
As Your Honor, for this case, the state is requesting that my client just forfeit rights to the gun that was seized during the arrest relating to this incident, and they will dismiss it.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. In exchange of the defendant forfeiting the weapon in this case, the state is going to dismiss.
Is that correct, Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, sir. Your Honor.
Okay. So do we even need to set it for a status or anything?
No, Your Honor, I'll just submit the order.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sanchez, good luck. Is that the only case he has? Is that why he's in jail?
Yes, Your Honor, he's being held for this and for some cases out of Bexar County, but he should be able to get a pure bond since it's been some time.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Nadia, we have the bond review next week. So if he gets on that docket for the for Wednesday, if they're misdemeanors, then yeah, he should be PR'd. Okay. Good luck, Mr. Sanchez.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Word, sir. This girl, Hermelinda Castillo, can you please give me a protective order because she's gone into my house and rented my house and stole people's money. She stole my car. She stole my.
Sir, I don't have any of that stuff in front of me. I mean,
I'm gonna fall for it, sir, because she's from here. I'm from.
So you can call my office and we'll discuss it then, okay?
I'm sorry, I just,
I know, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about that. None of those people are in front of me right now.
Sure.
All right, good luck, Mr. Sanchez. You should be out soon, and don't take matters into your own hands. I will tell you that, okay? Thank you. Who do we have on the fourth floor?
49, Oscar Miguel Montiel. Oscar Miguel Montiel, 49.
Page. The court calls 2021 CRM 706 D1, State of Texas versus Oscar Miguel Montiel. KPS. State jail felon. Mr. Arce, are you here? Mr. Montiel, is your attorney Jose Arce?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I was gonna say, when you told me to, when I was out, you told me to report with my judge, but my judge never answered me. I've been 30 days here, and I've been calling him, and he never answered. I already got 30 days here.
Hold on.
And when I missed the court, I came to turn in myself because he never answered.
Who's never answered? Your attorney?
Yeah, he never answered, so I came in to turn in myself, so I can fix the things.
Wait, hold on a second. I haven't seen Mr. Arce. Does he? See who that is. Mr. Arce, are you present? Mr. Thompson, is this your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any word from Mr. Arce lately on what's happening here today?
Not on this particular case, Your Honor.
Did he fail to appear on the 49th or what?
Yes, Judge, he failed to appear back on 9/2 of 2021.
What's the defendant's name?
Oscar Miguel Montiel.
I'm calling Mr. Arce, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Montiel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sit tight. We're going to come back to you. They're trying to get a hold of your attorney, and we'll come back and we'll discuss your case here in a second. I want to talk to someone else real quick, and we'll be right back.
Your Honor.
Wait, let's wait for your attorney to get here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, who do we have on the third floor?
We got David Gonzalez, 341st and 49th, interpreter.
341st, page 21. I'm sorry, page 18, Judge.
And for the 49th, Your Honor, he's on page 3.
What was the page on the 341st?
18.
Okay. The court calls 2021 CRB 998D3, the state of Texas versus David Gonzalez, and in the 49th docket, page 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
CRM 47D1 and 2020 CRO 1856. All right, let's start with the 49th cases. Mr. Sorano, are you here for these cases?
No, Your Honor, this is Anali Vargas, Your Honor. So we are here for a final pretrial, but these are two cases that I've inherited from Ms. Allison Martinez, so they are new to me. He has picked up a new charge. That's the one that's in the 341st, and he's barely set for arraignment there. It's likely, I'm assuming because these cases in the 49th are older, that case may be transferred over.
Okay, so let's do this then. On cause number 2021, well, he needs an interpreter, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. on the court calls 2021 CRB 998D3, the state of Texas versus David Gonzalez, and we're here on arraignment on that. Can you interpret?
Yes, Your Honor.
Estamos en la causa 2021 CRB 9983. Estamos aquí para lectura de cargos.
Vargas, on the charges of murder and tampering with physical evidence, is there an announcement for your client?
Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of my client pleads not guilty, waives a reading of the indictment, and requests a pretrial settings, Your Honor.
Mi cliente está pidiendo que no se lean la lectura de los cargos y quiere unas fechas para audiencia previa al juicio.
For the pretrial, it's November 2nd at 8:30 a.m., Your Honor.
November 2nd at 8:30.
La fecha es para el día 2 de noviembre a las 8:30.
And just so we're clear, I don't know that if I missed this part, but the attorney also declared you not guilty, Mr. Gonzalez.
Señor González, su abogado también lo está declarando no culpable.
Now let's go on to the cases in the 49th, Ms. Vargas. So you think these are going to be transferred into the 341st?
I know that the charge in the 341st is more severe, but these cases are older. So I'm thinking because of the local rules that murder case would be transferred over to me here in the 49th.
Oh, vice versa.
So if I can get a date after November 2nd, because obviously I'm going to need some time to even, I mean, especially review that other one coming in.
I believe Ms. Vargas is right, Your Honor, because of the charge. Severe it is at the 341st. Her cases will come here.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Judge Cassandra Hernandez for the state. Your Honor, I've spoken with Mr. Josh Davila. Him and I are going to be working these cases together. There are two other co-defendants to the murder, both of which were out of the 341st. So I may just be working with him out of the 341st for those cases. There haven't been any discussions as far as these cases being transferred or the murder being transferred.
So does the November 2nd setting then work for this case than the 341st case?
It should, Judge.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Serrano.
Sorry, Ms. Cassandra. That'll be fine from the defense, Your Honor. I'm not sure about the state.
No, they just agreed to that would be okay for November 2nd. And obviously at that point, if this case gets transferred or vice versa, you all can address it at that time. Don't you think? In that way. So should we set let's go ahead and set the cases also. What we'll do is on the 49th cases, the one ending in 47D1 and 1856D1, we'll set them for status on the 2nd of November. And that's in custody, and that way all those three cases will be addressed again together, and hopefully by the same prosecutor or group of prosecutors. Does that work for everyone?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So then the 49th cases are set also for the 2nd for a status hearing at 8:30, 2nd of November.
Las otras causas que tiene, los que terminan con 47D1 y 1856, esos dos casos también van a ser escuchados el día 2 de noviembre como estatus. El día 2 de noviembre a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, we'll see you again on November 2nd, okay?
Señor González, nos vemos nuevamente el día 2 de noviembre.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm gonna ask if I can get the police report at minimum for that new murder charge, especially not knowing, which way these cases are gonna go, but it's still important to mind in regards to punishment at minimum.
Well, Mr. Serrano, do you have a copy of the police report?
It's just an arraignment. It might take a week or two, but I can get it from the DAs. They're pretty fast, and then I'll provide a copy to Ms. Vargas. That's no problem. It might take a week or two.
I mean, I don't think, will an order expedite that? I mean, is that?
If the state are willing to share it as soon as possible, I mean, it's on them.
So for the state, I'll go ahead and share the discovery right now to Mr. Serrano.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rose.
All right. Okay.
Judge, Mr. Arce is waiting to be let in. Lisa, can you let him in?
Okay, and then Mr. Gonzalez already left, so the attorneys on this case are excused, and we'll see you back on the 2nd of November.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
There's
All right.
Mr. Arce.
Hey, all right, and what case was he, on what page or whatever?
Oscar Miguel Montiel on page 11 of our docket, the 49. It's the last page.
All right, we're back on 2021 CRM 706D1. Mr. Arce, where are you?
Good afternoon, Judge. How are you? I'm
Good.
sorry, Judge. I was tied up in a different court.
That's okay, you're here now. So you're here with Mr. Montiel. What's going on here?
Mr. Montiel was capious on August 27th at his first hearing, at a consultation hearing.
August 27th. Mr. Arce?
Judge, if it's a consultation, I guess if we can just set it for the next setting, the court can give us the next setting. At the same time, Judge, I don't, since he's been there for a little bit, I'd be asking for some kind of bond, Judge. I don't know what the facts or circumstances were behind his not appearing at the consultation, but I'd be asking for either a PR bond or a low cash bail surety bond.
How long have you been representing him?
I'm imagining, Judge, that I was appointed by pretrial services. And so it's been from the last court date at the consultation.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Judge Valerie Villarreal with Pretrial Services. Your Honor, Mr. Arce was appointed to this case back at registration on August the 1st of 2019.
Okay.
Well, no, Mr. Arce, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. When was the last time you talked to him?
I've not, Judge. Not spoken to him. Since it was a consultation, this last hearing, I don't think I had any contact info for Mr. Montiel, Judge.
Well, and Mr. Montiel, did you make any efforts to contact your attorney before you got arrested?
Yes, I filled the court. I think it was the 28 or 27. When was the court, Your Honor?
The 27th of August.
I missed the court the 27th. I've been calling him since 28, and he never answered on the first day. I came to turn in myself because he never answered. So I've been 30 days here, and I've been trying to communicate with him, and he never answered. And my mom trying to communicate. He went to the office.
Oh, hold on a second, Valerie. Do we have anything else on Mr. Montiel pending?
Your Honor, if I may, this is the only charge that he's being held on.
All right.
His original bond, Judge, was $3,000 through pretrial services.
Okay, look, Mr. Thompson, I don't know, see that the charges are too serious here. And my inclination is to give him the opportunity to get out, but Mr. Arce, and before I do that, do you have a telephone number where your attorney can reach you?
Sir, can you take out my number from? I got my mom's number It's 210,
210,
537,
537,
38, 68.
68.
I got that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, and if I may add I'm sorry, I apologize, July 16th, he also provided 956-480-6781 as another contact number.
Okay. Where are you going to be living, Mr. Montiel? Do you live here in town?
1401 Margarita Lane. No?
Okay, Mr. Montiel, I'm gonna give you the opportunity to get out again. I'm gonna withdraw the capias that was issued against you and reinstate the bond through pretrial services. Once he was set for consultation, so once the next, this is a 40. What do
It'll be a motion setting, Judge, set for
Yeah, but
October
they never,
22nd.
but they never even, he didn't show up to the consultation hearing.
Okay, then make it a consultation hearing.
And I think, yeah, we need to give Mr. Arce, which I know is not gonna happen again. He'll be fully prepared. But
We
more
don't know.
information that he needs from his client to be ready at the next consultation. And so, sorry, Mr. Arce.
That's all right.
But yeah, I mean, 2019, it's gotta,
I don't know what took,
you're not drinking enough coffee like I told you last time.
don't know what took so long, Judge. But anyway, I
Okay,
guess we're here
no,
now, so.
But this is on both of you, you too, Mr. Montiel. If he was court appointed, I mean, you're the one facing the jail time. You need to make a better effort, not just once or twice. You need to repeatedly try to get a hold of Mr. Arce. But I'm reinstating your bond. How many, was he reporting to pretrial services?
Yes, Your Honor, he was.
How often?
I'm looking up the conditions that we had set for him, Judge.
Mr. Montiel, how often are you going to be reporting to pretrial services?
The time I need to report, I will report.
No, I'm talking about whether it was weekly, bi-weekly, a month.
Judge, if I may, he was ordered to report monthly.
Okay. So make sure you have to report every month, on what day of the month or before what day of the month?
Monday every month.
If he could come in after he's released, Judge, if it's after 5 p.m. today, if he could please come in tomorrow.
Okay. Mr. Montiel, as part of the conditions of reinstating your bond, you're going to have to report to pretrial services tomorrow, and they'll let you know how often. Well, it'll be monthly, but how you report. Do you understand?
So, Your Honor, I'm gonna be out today, and tomorrow I need to report at the morning in pretrial services.
Well, yeah, well, you may get out today. If you get out tomorrow, you have to report on Monday.
All right, Your Honor.
All right, and I expect you to report.
All right, I will do it. I will do it.
Ms. Valerie.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Yes, you said he was released at 3,000 through pretrial services?
That's what I saw, Miss Mary.
Okay, and what date is that?
That bond was from,
Because on the one for 3/10/2021, that one is a bail bond. And when he was indicted, it was 6,000 through pretrial services.
yes, Mary, I do that, 6,000.
It's 6,000, right? Okay, thank
apologize.
you.
On August the 6th of 2019.
Okay, so then the bond I'm reinstating is the 6,000 and not the 3?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Judge, just remind him of his court date.
What is that? No, it's gonna
October
be
22nd.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Montiel, October 22nd, you're gonna be back in court at what time?
9 a.m.
9 a.m. You're not gonna miss, right?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see you then.
All right, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, take care. Talk to your attorney.
Bye.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Arce.
Judge. Judge, that's all I have. May I have you excused?
I should make you stay to the end, but yes, you're excused.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
See you later.
All right, you too, Judge.
On the third floor, who do we have?
Zavala Arturo Rafael, 341st. Zavala Arturo Rafael.
It's on page 8, 15, and 21, Judge.
Mr. Honor, for this case, we don't have an agreement yet. If we could have a date for a final pretrial and the jury selection date.
All right, let me call the 8, 15, and 21. Mr. Zavala, do you understand English?
Sure.
Okay. Let me call your 3 cases here real quick. Court calls 2020 CRD 209D3, 2020 CRI 1618D3, and 2021 CRI 1001D3, State of Texas versus Arturo Rafael Zavala. And you're requesting a final pretrial date and trial date?
Yes, please.
Judge, Cassandra Rios for the state, Mr. Miguel Serrano is gonna be the one that's gonna be taking care of these cases. So I don't wanna set up a case for trial if it's not gonna go to trial. I would recommend that we put all the cases to start over in the pretrial hearing, all of them 3, so that he can have time to review them and so that we can get, we can try to get an agreement.
That's what I was thinking, Your Honor.
You want a pretrial setting then, so it kind of,
Yes, Judge,
That'd be
it would
fine,
be
Your
on
Honor.
all 3 cases.
okay, so Mr. Serrano, you're gonna be the attorney in charge on all 3 cases?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm gonna be the attorney in charge of all the cases at the 341st, Your Honor, like in maybe 1 more week.
Okay, so how far out are we looking for the new pretrial date?
If you give me 1 month, Your Honor, so I know Miss Jackie Nate is gonna brief me on all her cases, so I can start interviewing all the clients and let them know if they have any more questions, or if they want to plea or go to trial. At least 1 month, Your Honor. I should have an answer.
Oh, that works fine, perfectly, because you'll be in front of Judge Palomo on the 2nd of November. When these 3 cases will be set on that date at 8:30 a.m.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that'll be with Judge Palomo, November 2nd at 8:30 a.m.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you get all that, Mr. Zavala?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, good luck, Mr. Zavala, and we'll see you in November. Thank you. Okay, 4th floor, who do we have?
Christopher James Trevino, 49. Christopher Trevino, 49.
Judge, Mr. Trevino went campus on August the 20th at evidence exchange.
Who's the, let me call the case, 2021 CRL 629 D1, State of Texas versus James Trevino, or Christopher James Trevino. Is this your case, Mr. Serrano?
This is my case, Your Honor, Anali Vargas.
Ms. Vargas and Mr. Thompson for the state?
Yes, I've conferred with the state. We're in agreement to setting a bond of $5,000, but through pretrial services. It'll give my client the opportunity to attempt to make that 3% fee that they charge, but also give him that supervision that may be more comfortable for the state regarding the circumstances.
Any additional conditions, Mr. Thompson, the state's requesting for Mr. Trevino?
If we could have some type of reporting and drug testing while he's being monitored, that would be advisable.
Mr. Trevino?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. What was the problem? Why didn't you show up to court last time?
I was staying on the street, sir. At the moment, I was being a homeless.
Well, you've got some serious charges here, but your attorney has been able to talk to the DA and agreed to put a $5,000 bond through pretrial services.
Yes, sir.
Which means there's a very good chance hold on a second, there's a good chance you're gonna get out soon.
Yes, sir.
But I'm gonna require that you report every 2 weeks to pretrial services, and you're gonna be subject to random drug testing. So if you come out dirty, you're gonna come back. So the court will approve then the 5,000 PR bond or 5,000 bond through pretrial services. And he went absent on evidence exchange?
Yes, Your Honor.
So are we ready to go forward on the motion settings or?
Well, actually, I made a request and I haven't had a chance. I apologize to speak to the ADA regarding my request. I had asked for body cams in relation to the search warrant that was executed. I don't know if that exists, but I'm sure Mr. Thompson will request same.
So should we set it then for an evidence exchange on?
October 22nd at 9 a.m. for evidence exchange.
I'm sorry, Alma, was it at 8:30 a.m.?
9 a.m.
9 a.m. Thank you.
Yes.
And Your Honor, Carlos Barra for pretrial services. May I request a telephone number from the family so we can contact them for bond information, please?
Mr. Trevino, is there a good telephone number you can give us?
956-334-5555.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Trevino, you need to stay out of trouble, okay? I don't want to see you back in here.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I believe that's all the cases I have this afternoon. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you. Yes, absolutely, Mr. Thompson. Thank you, as always.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What do we have on the third floor?
Osvaldo Briones, 341st. He needs an interpreter.
Page 6.
That's a plea, Your Honor. I represent him.
All right, hold on. Do we have the plea?
You have the documents. They should be there.
Judge, just a heads up for the court for Mr. Sosa. I'm looking at my email. It looks like I was accidentally, it looks like there were a couple mix-ups. I got a plea packet. The subject line of the email says it was for this case. And the plea packet that was sent to me is actually for a robbery case. So I think there were a couple mistakes. I'm not the prosecutor on either one of those cases. So perhaps there was a mix-up, and if the court doesn't have the documents, that might be why.
No, I don't.
Yes, Your Honor, this case is mine. Yes, this case is mine. I've never received anything, Mr. Sosa.
Yes, it was sent.
Okay,
My
well,
office.
try- Well, I didn't receive anything. If you could try resending it and we could just reset this case for a week.
That's fine.
Okay,
But it was sent. It was sent because it was a very light offer.
Again, I don't have anything on my email, so I'm not saying that it wasn't sent. I'm just saying I never got it.
Okay.
okay,
Call my office. I'll have them call you.
okay, hold on a second.
Vivian sent it to you.
Well, we don't have it, and obviously none of the signatures are on there for the, so let's do this. Mr. Briones requires an interpreter?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Let's let them know what's going on, and then we'll reset the case for the 6th of October in 7 days. Mr. Briones?
Señora Briones?
Sí.
Yes.
Your case was set today for you to enter a plea.
El caso estaba para el día de hoy para que usted hiciera su presentación o su declaración.
The plea package did not reach my desk, so we're going to have to reset this in 7 days.
Ese paquete de su declaratorio no llegó a mi escritorio, así es de que vamos a volver a escuchar su caso para dentro de 7 días.
Okay, so you'll be back here
October 6th.
October 6th at 1:30.
Tendrá que volverse a presentar el día 6 de octubre a la 1:30.
And if you're still willing, we'll go forward with your plea package on that date.
Y si todavía está usted dispuesto, daremos seguimiento o adelantamiento a su paquete declaratorio. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I've been all afternoon here. I have one more case, Fernanda Robles. If the court could just advise her to come back on the 6th, that we're going to come back on the 6th.
Do you have to leave? I mean, everyone else, yeah, I've been here all afternoon too. So
Yes, I do have to. I have to go with J.R. Garcia, Dr. Garcia.
all right, let's see who that is in the 4th floor. And then what was your
That's not
client's
her.
name?
That's not her, Your Honor.
Okay, what was your client's name?
Her name is Fernanda Robles.
She's on page 18, Judge.
And everything's already signed and everything.
I have her line after this lady right here.
Okay, that's fine. I'll wait.
Okay.
I have Reina Briones, 49. Reina Briones, 49.
Page 9, Your Honor.
Okay.
She's going to need an interpreter, Judge.
Judge, she went capious on August 22nd, consultation hearing.
Okay, the court calls 2019 CRJ 964 D1 State of Texas versus Reina M. Briones.
Estamos en la causa 2019 CRJ D1, el Estado contra Reina Briones.
Yes, Your Honor. She went capious. My notes say August 22nd, but of 2019. She was never personally served, Judge. It was Palacios bail bonds. I have that the indictment on her was filed July 24th, 2019. And then the writ of indictment served on Palacios bail bonds on August 15th. And just a week later is when she picked up the capious. I've spoken to Joaquin Rodriguez, who's the prosecutor on the case, and he's okay with putting her back on her original bond, considering that she was never personally served. This is a theft state jail felony. I believe Steve Hobsons is going to stand in for him.
Anyone here from the state?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. You said Ms. Briones requires an interpreter?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so let's set the, what are we going to set this case for then? This is a 49. Alma, are we gonna do it for consultation or evidence exchange?
We
Are
can
you
go,
gonna are you gonna release her?
Yeah, there's an agreement to reinstate her bond. Oh,
Okay, then we'll set her for October 22nd at 9 a.m. for a consultation hearing. Okay, Annalie?
yes, Alma, thank you.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Let's interpret for Ms. Briones so she knows what's going on. Ms. Briones?
Señora Briones? Yes, sir.
Your attorney and the district attorneys have made an agreement where I'm going to reinstate your bond.
Su abogado y también el abogado del distrito tienen un acuerdo y yo le voy a restablecer su fianza.
So you're going to be let out.
Así es de que a usted se le dejará en libertad.
You're going to be back in court
Usted tendrá que regresar a presentarse ante el tribunal
the 22nd of October at 9 a.m.
el 22 de octubre a las 9 de la mañana.
Do you understand?
¿Queda claro?
Sí, pero lo que yo quiero preguntar es por qué tengo un jugo de migración.
Repítame.
Que por qué yo tengo un jugo de migración si soy ciudadana americana.
I just want to ask, why do I have a hold for immigration if I am an American citizen?
Your Honor, may I speak?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Vargas.
Yes, this is a very peculiar situation. I'm trying to figure out who she needs to speak to regarding her INS hold because her husband brought a copy of her passport that shows she's a naturalized citizen. I don't know why she has the INS hold, Judge.
Well,
But going through this step now, that will have to be addressed, and I'm hoping that with presentation of those documents that they'll be able to release that.
okay, well, let me get it. Let's get Ms. Briones, can you give me a phone number where you can be reached?
Señora Briones, ¿me puede dar su número de teléfono donde se le puede contactar?
956
Ujú.
898 0256.
956-898-0256.
But I don't, yeah, Ms. Vargas, I guess anything you can do, I mean, even, yeah, I have no authority to undo a federal hold.
I
So,
understand.
Ms. Briones, your attorney is going to do everything she can to straighten out this problem, okay?
Señora Briones, su abogada va a hacer todo lo posible por poder aclarar esta situación.
Ok, gracias.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Good luck.
Buena suerte.
Okay, and let's bring Mr. Sosa's client out.
Your Honor, I believe that was all I have. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Vargas.
Thank you.
Oh, which docket is Ms. Robles?
341st, Judge, page 18.
The court calls 2020 CRO 2081D3, State of Texas versus Fernanda Robles.
She's present, Your Honor. That's her on the screen.
Your Honor, my apologies. Robles Fernanda, 341st.
Good afternoon.
Your
Ms.
Honor.
Robles.
I'm sorry.
Español? Needs an interpreter, Your Honor, needs an interpreter, Spanish.
Okay, well, yeah, okay. Mr. Sosa, did you say we had a plea on this?
Yes, I assume so, yes.
Your Honor, if I may, I received a plea packet a few minutes before docket started, and just from skimming through it, there's some issues that I wanted to talk to Mr. Sosa about. So if we can have like a quick reset, maybe for next week, just so that I can talk to Mr. Sosa and that I can sign it.
That's fine, Your Honor. That's perfect.
Okay, so let's explain that to Ms. Robles, and then that way you can get to your appointment.
She understands that, Your Honor. She's fluent in English.
Did you understand that, Ms. Robles?
Más o menos, sir.
Señora Robles, ¿entendió usted eso?
Más o menos, ma'am. Son muy bien.
More or less, not very well.
There are some issues regarding your plea agreement that the district attorney's office needs to iron out with your attorney, Mr. Sosa.
Hay unos asuntos que todavía quedan pendientes en el convenio que usted va a firmar y el Estado quiere hablar con su abogado, el señor Sosa.
So your case is going to be set in 7 days.
Así es de que su caso se volverá a presentar dentro de 7 días.
On October 6th.
Será para el día 6 de octubre a la 1:30.
Yes. I'm assuming that works for both sides?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. We'll see you here again, Ms. Robles, in 7 days.
Nos volveremos a ver aquí nuevamente, señora Robles, dentro de 7 días, el día 6 de octubre a la 1:30.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
I do have one, Kevin Costilla, Your Honor, but we already announced for trial. It's a murder case, Your Honor, and we're just waiting to for the trials to start.
What page is he on?
It's a 341st case.
Page 7, Judge.
And I had already told him that there was nothing that we were going to do today.
Okay, so.
There's
Your
no,
Honor.
yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm gonna stand in for Ms. Sandoval. She did inform me that she's been trying to get a hold of Mr. Sosa. If you could please call her back. I believe the victims in this case are logged in. She did not give me a name. But I think
it's Lisbeth Lucio.
Yes, she's logged in, so I just want the court to take note.
I also have been trying to get in contact with Mr. Sosa and he hasn't answered.
But I'm not going to talk to you. You're the victim.
And with Miss Sandoval too, and tampoco.
I'll let her know that you've been trying to get a hold of her, ma'am.
Well, so let's do this for both sides so you all can talk to Judge Palomo directly about this. Let's reset it for a final pretrial again for the 14th of October. That's in 2 weeks.
Yes, Your Honor, but we would need a trial date, but I guess that date will be given a trial date.
Yeah.
Since it's gonna be with her.
Yes.
I don't know that, do we have trial dates to give them? No, I think if you're gonna have a trial with Judge Palomo, she should be the one looking
Yes,
at
Your
the
Honor.
docket that way. Because for sure that will not be me. So let's do that. So the 14th, and you all can talk to Judge Palomo about what's happening in this case.
It's at what time?
At
8:30?
Yes. And I'm sorry, Ms. Lisbeth, what your last name?
Lucio.
Ms. Lucio. Okay, so this, I mean, it's a public hearing, so. But I think more than likely you can log on for YouTube. I don't know that Judge Palomo is going to let you just talk. And we're going through all the procedures right now. We're not going to take any evidence on the case. Okay, but if you have, try to get.
Logged in through YouTube and then I called the court and then they gave me the
ID. No, that's fine for
Yeah.
right now. We're not going to cover anything right now. I'm sitting in for Judge Palomo, so I'm not going to do anything other than reset this case so that this case will be in front of Judge Palomo in 2 weeks, okay?
Okay.
All right. Good luck, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Calderon.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sosa.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right, the fourth floor.
Ana Patricia Sosa, 49. 49, Ana Patricia Sosa.
Good afternoon, Judge Joey Tellez for Ms. Sosa.
Is this Ana Patricia Sosa?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, ma'am.
Hola.
It's a plea, Judge.
Oh, okay. The court calls 2021 CRH 583D1, State of Texas versus Ana Patricia Sosa. Oh, here it is. Got it. Good afternoon, Ms. Sosa. Your attorney and the district attorney's office are telling me that you're going to enter a plea today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So before we do all of that, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn in.
And you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
There's, can we unmute Lisa, is that, okay. Did she answer? Lisa, your background noise is coming in. Did does Ms. Sosa answer in the affirmative? Is she sworn in?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, okay, Ms. Sosa, you can put your hand down now.
You're asking me something.
Alma, your background noise is coming in pretty loud. Thank you. All right. Okay, Mrs. Sosa, I have to first start off by asking you, is your true and correct name Ana Patricia Sosa?
Yes, sir.
And you're here with your attorney? Who's your attorney?
Joey
Tellez. Sorry. Mr. Tellez?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to talk to him about your case and ask him questions about what's going to happen here today?
Yes, sir.
Has he explained to you what happens when you go forward with a plea?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the services he's provided?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything going on with you right now, medical condition or otherwise, that prevents you from understanding what's happening here today?
No, sir.
And Mr. Tellez, do you believe your client is competent to go forward with trial today?
I do believe so, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Sosa, when you go forward with a plea agreement, even though you've signed off on some of these rights that you're waiving, I need to cover a few of them to make sure you understand that you are giving up certain rights when you plead guilty. And the first is that one, that you do not have to plead guilty. You have the right to remain silent, have a jury trial, and have a jury assess your punishment. If we go forward, do you understand that you're giving up these rights?
Yes, sir.
And you also have a right to have a jury assess punishment. And if I go along with the plea agreement and sentence you along the lines of the agreement, you also lose the right to complain about the sentence unless you get special permission from this court. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now I have to ask this of everybody. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, sir.
And even though you're telling me you're a U.S. citizen, I also have to tell everyone that if you are not a U.S. citizen, pleading guilty could subject you to deportation, denied reentry, or denied the right of becoming a naturalized citizen. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to also let you know right now that if you're found guilty of the offense of felony 2 in the state of Texas, your range of punishment is confinement for a term between 2 years and 20 years and a fine not to exceed $10,000. Do you understand that? I didn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And knowing all these things and also the rights you're waiving, do you still want to go forward with your plea of guilty today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does the defense read formal reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor, we waive.
As to count one of the indictment, Ms. Sosa, robbery, a second-degree felony, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Has anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
And aside from the agreement that you have with the state of Texas, has anyone promised you anything else?
No, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you are accepting responsibility for the offense?
Yes, sir.
I have in front of me a document labeled States Exhibit 1, which is the plea package. Did you go over this with your attorney
Yes, sir.
and you signed it?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about this plea agreement right now?
No, sir.
Is the state offering States Exhibit number 1?
Yes, Judge, the state offers Exhibit 1.
No
Any
objection.
States Exhibit 1 will be admitted. Okay, Ms. Sosa, having discussed everything about your rights and the possible punishment for a felony 2 in the state of Texas, do you still want to go forward with your plea today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Sosa, based on your testimony, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty today. I find that it has been made willingly and voluntarily. And I'm going to find you guilty of the offense of robbery in the second-degree felony. Is there anything that we need to cover before we're moving on to sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor, we didn't have the numbers. 3 other cases are going to be closed out as part of this plea. They're misdemeanor cases, and they are M1 21 03799, M2 21 04041, and M2 21 04371. Those are 3 offenses that are going to be not accepted for prosecution, but taken into consideration for this plea agreement.
That's right, Judge.
In other words, 1245.
Essentially, I mean, they're closing those out. When we were doing the plea packets and we were able to go to the jail yesterday to get them filled out, we just didn't have the file numbers.
Okay, so are they being considered under 1245, or is it going to be an agreement to dismiss?
Not exactly, Judge. So
What?
my understanding is that they're not being considered under 1245. It's just part of the agreement that in exchange for the defendant's plea of guilty and 2 years to serve with credit for time served, that the state will not proceed on those 3 cases.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, and Ms. Sosa, the court is going to approve the agreement you have, which means that the court is going to sentence you to 2 years to serve in the institution division of the state of Texas. You will be given credit for time served. And as part of this agreement, you're going to pay attorney's fees in the amount of $350. Your sentence in this case will run concurrent with cause number 2019 CRB 746L1 and 2021 CRB 581L2. And also the district attorney's office has just announced that they will not accept for prosecution And just for clarity, can you run those numbers by me again? And I'm going to include that. Any objections to me writing these numbers into the plea agreement?
No, Judge.
Okay. Give me the two case numbers again.
It's three of them. The first one is M1 21 03799.
03799.
Yes.
Okay.
M2 21 04041.
Okay. There's an echo. I got 04.
041.
041. Okay. It's M2 21041 and
It's M2 21 04041.
041. Got it. Do you have another device on there, Mr. Tejas?
Not me.
Okay. All right. And give me
And then the last one is M2 21 04371.
04321.
71.
71.
Judge, I'm putting them right now in the chat.
M2 2104371.
Yes.
Oh, I got it.
I put all three of the case numbers there in the chat in the public.
Now let me just double check now we're here. Oh yeah, I really messed this one up. All right. 99 41. All right, got it. All right, any court costs assessed with this case?
Yes, Judge, that would be 380.
That will be approved. Just out of curiosity, how much credit does she have, Mr. Tejas?
Your Honor, she has give or take around 90 to 100.
Okay, and the court has mentioned that she will get time for credit served. Any questions, Mrs. Sosa?
No, sir.
All right, good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tejas.
Thank you, Judge. That is all I have. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Judge,
Tejas.
so the credit will apply towards the court costs and the attorney's fees?
I don't think we covered that. No, she's getting credit for time served. I didn't mention anything else.
Okay. So that will only be towards the sentence?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, who we have next?
Apunta esto.
341st, Cruz Rene, 341st.
M1 21,
Page 2, Judge.
03799. M2 21, 04041. Y luego M2 21, 04371.
Mary, can you mute yourself, please?
I'm sorry.
I was waiting for them to.
No,
Okay,
Your Honor, I'm ready.
I know. Who do we have on the third floor?
It's Rene Cruz, Your Honor. Page 2 on the 341st docket.
Court calls 217 CRM 1303 D3.
Yes, Your Honor. In this case, we have an agreement for the defendant to go to Safe P relapse. And
That's
we
correct,
will
Your Honor.
withdraw, and the state will withdraw the MTR.
I think I have that report here somewhere. Okay. Mr. Cruz,
Yes, sir.
did you understand what was just said, that there's an agreement to have the motion to revoke taken back, but you're going to be attending what? What was that?
Safety relapse, Your Honor.
Safe. Did you understand that, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well. And the motion to withdraw is approved as well as the agreement.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Mr. Cruz, okay, that's it, Mr. Cruz. Your motion to revoke, you're going to stay on probation, but you're going to be required to go to long-term treatment, okay? Best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay. So who do we have next?
49th, April Ramirez, 49th, April Ramirez.
It's on page 9 and 10, Judge.
Okay. Yes, 10. Meters are getting restless.
I know. This is my last one.
Is it?
Yes.
You didn't bribe the jail like you did last time.
No, I didn't.
The court calls 2020 CRH 1496 D1 and 2018 CRO 333 D1, the state of Texas versus April Ramirez.
Good afternoon, Judge Cassandra Castillo for the state.
Good afternoon. Didn't we have
Philip Del Rio is there, Judge.
Mr. Del Rio?
I'm muted. Hey, Judge.
Why did I think this was a plea?
No, it's actually I guess technically it's an MPR arraignment.
Mr. Ramirez, do you understand English?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am. It's not listed as an arraignment, but is it an MTR arraignment?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, didn't say that. Okay, Mr. Del Rio, we're here on the state's application to revoke. Is there an announcement that you have for your client?
Yes, on behalf of my client, it's in both cases. We waive the formal reading of the application, plead not true, and request final hearing.
I don't know, what do we have for Ms. Ramirez for a final hearing?
Mr. Del Rio, do you want a quick setting or?
Well, I guess that depends. I was also going to ask Your Honor to set a bond in this case, and we don't have an agreement with the state, but I am going to request a bond, Judge.
Your Honor, the state is opposed to a bond, given if Your Honor looks at the MTR, especially for the 2018 case, Mr. Ramirez has committed multiple acts against the state, and she was most recently, she's in custody right now because of failure to ID. She also has a pending assault that is a new case. And my offer at this point is 18 months to serve on the MTR for the child endangerment. So the state would be opposed to any kind of bond at this point, especially given the circumstances.
So Judge, yes, Judge. So Judge Lopez, really, the criminal history of my clients, I mean, it's pretty petty. It's not as egregious. All our cases have usually been worked out. The child endangerment was back in 2019. The most recent assault, I believe that was based on 2019 as well. It just got filed at some point recently. But ultimately, the reason why she doesn't have a bond now is because Back in June 18, Judge Lopez issued two bonds, a 2,500 cash bail surety on one case and then a 5,000 on the other case. And she was out, so he had herself surrender. Unfortunately, Rosa Rodriguez, because of her fear of COVID, she was pregnant at the time, didn't do that timely. So when she failed to report, pretrial services contacted Judge Lopez and said, look, she didn't report. So he said, okay, we'll just lift the bonds. She's recently had a baby, maybe maybe a week before she got arrested for the failure ID. And that's obviously because she knew she, didn't turn herself in, didn't want to get arrested and be separated from her recent born child. So that's the reason she's been in there. It's been over a month. So it's a hard way to learn a lesson. I mean, obviously it was foolish of her to not go in when the judge told her, but like I said, it's a lesson learned. I understand the state's position on their offer, but I don't see that as a reason to deny her bond, even if it is time offer.
Your Honor, and I appreciate Mr. Del Rio's advocacy for his client. However, that is the very proof as to why we should not have a bond, given that she violated Judge Lopez's order and she did not show up when she was supposed to. She did not appear, and then she was picked up because it was a failure ID. So she gave the wrong name and wrong date of birth because she knew she had to come in, but she didn't. And she tried to evade again. Judge, on the latest motion to revoke, because it had to be amended many times given her propensity to commit additional crimes, we have 9 different offenses that she's committed since 2018. I appreciate that, Mr. Del Rio says that they're all petty, but they include, misdemeanors and felonies. And for that reason, Judge, there's no way that the state can agree to a bond at this time. We'll leave it in the court's discretion. However, I would like the court to also note that as recent as April 13th, 2021, when she may or may not have been pregnant, at that time, she did test positive for opiates. The issue has been opiates from 2018 to 2021. It's just, obviously the court's dealing with a drug user and someone who cannot stay out of jail.
Well, Judge, while the number of cases may be correct as to the arrests, if you look at the history, they've all either been dismissed or pled. They've been misdemeanor thefts, dismissed. One in 2021, it was dismissed. Another one in 2020, dismissed. Criminal mischief, dismissed. So, I mean, yeah, it's true. She has gotten arrested, but again, they were ultimately dismissed.
This is my last one. It's Ramirez. Ya sabes, Philip, bien capaz.
We can hear you, Alma.
I know, Alma, again. Alma,
Sorry.
This Calderon's gonna chastise you again.
That wasn't me, that was Mary.
They will, but I know better than to chastise you, Alma. Mr. Del Rio, I'm very sympathetic to all defendants. I don't think I've ever been that hard-nosed. And on the other hand, in this case, if Ms. Ramirez just gave birth to a child, it's not like she's going to go on the run. If she's got a 1 month. How old is your child, Ms. Ramirez?
Gonna be 2 months old.
How old?
He's gonna be 2 months old. 2
months. So I really don't like what I'm hearing from the state at all. Ms. Ramirez, I'm really inclined to leave you in there because of what she's telling me about your continued drug use and arrest. But I don't want to use the bond process to punish you because I don't think you're going to go anywhere on the run with your child. Do you have other children?
Yes, I do. I have 6 more.
6?
Yes, that's a lot of kids.
Your Honor, if I may?
Yes.
Judge, I understand the court's predicament in this situation. The only thing that I would remind the court, and this will be my final argument, is that the charge that is before the court in which the motion to revoke is abandoning and child endangerment.
No, I know that, but it's, as Mr. Del Rio said, it's going back to 2018. So we're talking about something that maybe happened in 2017. And not that I'm discounting it at all.
Look, Judge, I think, the analysis is what kind of combination of conditions would assure her appearance in court. All right. So
Yeah, no, and that's what yeah,
we don't want to. So one of the issues raised, Ms. Castillo's raised is, okay, she chooses drugs. Well, if we put a condition that requires her to have to test clean, she's been in their custody for over a month. I'm sure whatever levels she may have had have dropped or zero at this point. So if she fails to comply with that condition, she can be revoked. That's one thing. And then you put some sort of pretrial services is what we would recommend because of her financial situation. I'm court appointed. So we can release it through pretrial services with frequent testing and frequent reporting. If she fails to comply.
Who's taking care of the kids now, Ms. Ramirez?
I have my husband's sister at home.
Were you employed?
I opened a business. I was trying to work on it when I was out.
It's like selling boutique clothing kind of startup.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if you would like to impose those kind of conditions, the state will request for there to be released through pretrial, weekly reporting, weekly drug tests, and have zero tolerance if that's even something that we can do through pretrial. Judge, the other concern obviously is that she did not show up when the Judge Lopez ordered her to. So that's another reason.
And she's been in custody. Like I said, it's a hard lesson to learn. Or she served 30 days for that. And I would, with regards to the drug testing, I mean, I'm sure she's going to do fine now after going through all this. But I would just remind the court that she's indigent, so I don't know if she's going to be able to pay for all the frequency of testings. I don't know if pretrial services does it for free. I imagine there's some sort of cost associated with it.
Well, and I think at this point, I think it's kind of random. So, but
maybe Mr. Para can chime in. I see him there.
Hello. Yes, Your Honor. We do, if it's court ordered, we do walk them down to probation office. They do have a $20 fee for every UA.
So maybe random would be better and just cap a number on it just to keep her.
Well, I'll do it. Well, I'm trying to, yeah, this is really first time I've kind of been charged with this kind of, yeah, Mr. Ramirez, I mean, the easy thing for me is to leave you in there, but I don't necessarily think that's fair. But I do have concerns that you have all these offenses that the DA is claiming you did. But I'm going to give you one last opportunity. You already know what's going to happen when you don't show up to court. And you ended up spending a month, and already lost 1 month of your child's life, which you'll never get back. So we'll put a 4,000 PR bond through pretrial services with weekly reporting. And you're going to have random UA tests. And I would like for there to be at least, I don't know, I'm going to say at least 3 per month. with zero tolerance. Okay, so no slip ups, Ms. Ramirez. I'm giving you a huge break here. And I'm doing this more for your children. I will say that the state has a lot of concerns about, but I don't think you're going to go on the run with 6 children. So, and I don't think you're going to leave them behind. So that's the court's order. Anything further?
Judge, if I may, the 4,000 is for which case?
Oh, well.
And how are you going to divide it?
Yeah, let's do 2 and 2. I mean, it's PR, or we can do 4 and 4 on each one. It's PR through pretrial services.
Oh, okay.
And Your Honor, just to clarify, on the random drug testing, you said at least 3 per month. Is that going to be a defendant's own expense, or is Your Honor going to waive the fees on the drug testing?
I mean, she's unemployed and no, we'll waive the fees.
Thank you, Your Honor. And can we request a telephone number from a family member so we can relate the bond information?
Ms. Ramirez?
You can put area code 956 615 6891.
Thank you.
Ms. Ramirez, and if something goes wrong, not only are you gonna hear from it, but you're gonna really hear from it from me, because I'll hear from it from Judge Lopez. So you have 2 judges that are gonna be looking at this case. So you need to really walk the straight line on this. I'm going out on the limb to give you an opportunity. You better take advantage of it.
Judge, her next court date would be October 22nd at 9 a.m.
October 22nd, 9 a.m. Expect you to appear by Zoom or in person.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Is that the same day we have Zapata, Alma?
I don't know, Philip.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll be here then.
Okay.
If it's not Judge Lopez, it'll be me. All right, good luck, Ms. Ramirez. Thank you, Mr. Del Rio.
Thanks, Judge. I think at this point, we're already past coffee and getting more closer to beer time, so. Hope I can be excused now, Your Honor.
I will be stricken from the record.
Thank you. Take care, Judge.
Take care.
Judge, I believe that's all we have. May the 49th be excused.
Yes. Is that correct, Alma?
Yes, Judge, that's all we have for the
Okay.
49th.
All right.
See ya.
49th.
All right, still have the second floor waiting to be fed into the well. Second floor, still about 4 or 5 pending there.
Does anyone need a break from 341st? How many do we have left in the 341st?
7, Judge.
State's still here, Your Honor. We're ready to go.
Judge, Mark Gonzalez here, Your Honor. I just want to make sure that you all do have Ruben Boteo on the docket. He's on page 2, number 3.
Yes. There's only 7 cases left, so one of them's a doozy, though.
Judge, excuse my interruption. I believe that's all I have. May I be excused?
Yes, Mr. Hobson, thank you again.
Thank you. Let's hook 'em horns.
You got it.
Your Honor, were Omar Quiñones and Jesus Mancilla going to be called?
Who?
Oh, Omar Quiñones and Jesus Antonio Mancilla.
In which court?
It's up from the 341st, but they were Mr. Hobson.
They're on the second floor, ma'am. I don't know if they already left the Webb County Jail second floor. I believe they're still waiting.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, who's got the?
We still have about 7 or 8 cases in the 341st.
Okay.
So we're done. Who do we have on the 4th floor?
Alejandra Salinas, 341st. Alejandra Salinas, 341st.
Page 10.
Jesus Miguel Serrano, Public Defenders.
Court calls 2020 CRH 1837 D3, State of Texas versus Alejandra Salinas. Miss Nita, this is yours.
Miguel
Honor,
Serrano,
David-
public defender,
Okay,
and Ms. Elisa Castillo.
Ms. Castillo, good afternoon again. This is set for final pretrial, so what are we going to do on this case today?
Your Honor, I'm requesting a regular pretrial date, and the reason why is because I need to let her know about her offer. I just stepped in and I just requested the offer, I think yesterday, so.
Well, we have a setting for the 14th of October with Judge Palomo. Is that going to work?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Your Honor, and just to advise the court, this case involves a lot of discovery. So I don't know, Mr. Serrano has had a chance. I'm sorry, not a lot of discovery, but it has co-defendants. So I don't know if Mr. Serrano has had a chance to look at all the evidence that we provided to the previous attorney. And
No,
also,
I haven't.
okay. So I don't know if the October setting is going to be enough. I mean, it's okay. I'm okay with like for that setting, but if he needs more time, maybe he can request it at that time.
What we can do is set it again for final pretrial. And then Mr. Serrano, you can talk to Judge Palomo. I mean, and you may have a plea. Is it time to serve?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Also, Ms. Salinas was recently arrested for a charge of murder. So I think it might take a little longer than we hope for.
Okay, then we can go in November, Your Honor, if you can.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to. That'll give you a little bit more time. And Judge Palomo has a setting on November 2nd. So let's set it for, I'm going to reset it for final pretrial, and then you can explain the added charges at that time. So then Ms. Salinas, your case is going to be reset for November 2nd, and you'll be appearing before Judge Palomo, okay?
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you, Ms. Castillo. And
Ms. Lisa Rogelio.
Lisa, I think they're calling you.
Your Honor, like I said, the Webb County Jail second floor is standing by. They need to be let in so we can the defendants. I don't know who has control of that.
Are they having technical difficulties or something else? is
They're
happening?
standing by on the meeting, the one that says that waiting for somebody to let them in,
Oh,
the waiting room.
There's nobody in the waiting room, Judge.
yeah, I'm not seeing anybody in the waiting room either. Oh, wait, hold on. Now there is.
I still don't see anybody in the waiting room.
I just let two people in. There, yeah, there we are. Okay, second floor. Who do we have?
Your Honor, we got Quiñones Omar.
Page 9.
Court calls 2020 CRF 1812 D3, State of Texas versus Mark Quiñones.
Mande.
Tengo un formato de cosas que dice 30.
Ms. Nita, this is your case?
Yes, Your Honor, we need a reset. We don't have an agreement yet, but Mr. Serrano will be taking over my cases. My last day will be next week.
Oh, I didn't know you were leaving. Okay, sorry to hear that. So, Mr. Quinones, do you understand English? Mr. Quinones, your current attorney has indicated that she will no longer be with the Public Defender's Office after the next 2 weeks. So Mr. Miguel Serrano, who's present right now, will be taking over your case. In order to give him an opportunity to get acquainted with the facts and the evidence that's in your case, we're going to reset this for a pretrial. Who's the prosecutor, Mr. Hobson? Are you still there?
No, Your Honor, but I'm sitting in for him. But he's also going to be gone as well, but I'll be annotating it. No notes.
Okay, so let's Mr. Serrano, the pretrial will give you an opportunity, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many weeks do you need?
Also around November timeframe, Your Honor. This is in decency with a child, sexual contact.
Okay,
So I will have.
Well, we're setting it for
stuff.
pretrial, so we'll do November 2nd like we did the other one. So, Mr. Quinones, in order to give your attorney, we're kind of reset the clock a little bit, and we're going to set your case for pretrial. You're set for final pretrial today, but you'll be back in court on November 2nd at 8:30 a.m. for pretrial. All right, good luck, Mr. Quinones, and we'll see you in a month.
Now we have Ruben Boteo, 341st. Ruben Boteo, 341st.
Page 2, Judge.
Yeah. The court calls 2015-1133 D3, State of Texas versus Ruben Boteo. So we don't need to read anymore, do we? He's here. Who's here for the defense?
Mark Gonzalez for Mr. Boteo, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we're here on the MTR arraignment to adjudicate. We've actually entered into an agreement with the government. And so we'd like to plead true to the allegations today, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Boteo, your attorney has just announced that you've reached an agreement with the state as to the motion to revoke that was filed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You understand English?
Yes.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in real quick?
Do solemnly swear to say the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. Is your true and correct name Ruben Boteo?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the conditions, numbers that are alleged that he violated?
Your Honor, it is condition number 2, condition 11, condition 15, condition 20, and condition 23.
Okay, Mr. Boteo, the district attorney's office has filed a motion to revoke indicating that you had violated your terms of probation, specifically number 2, 11, 15, 20, and 23. As to those violations, how do you plead, true or not true? Okay, and you're pleading true freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's actually an adjudication.
Oh, I'm sorry. And that is a state jail, okay. On the state jail felony?
Yes, Your Honor, at the time that charge was a state jail felony.
Okay, Mr. Boteo, backtracking here a little bit. And he was placed on deferred adjudication?
Yes, Your Honor, he was placed actually for 2 years, and that was back in 2015. So I'm guessing his probation has been extended several times.
Okay, and well, I guess, and the agreement is going to be,
180 days to serve. And I believe as of today, he has credit for 178 days. So we're just asking that he be adjudicated and be sentenced to the 180 days.
okay. Sometime back, I guess around 2016 or sometime after 2015, Mr. Botel, you pled guilty but you were placed on deferred adjudication. And one of the conditions that happens is that if you violate those terms, basically then the state is free to proceed against you. You've already pled guilty to that, so I'm going to find, you weren't found guilty then, but I am finding you guilty now of the offense of smuggling persons within the state or country illegally, which is a state jail felony. So the court is finding you guilty of that offense. In addition to that, the court is also going to approve the agreement that has been announced to the court, which is that you're going to serve 180 days in county jail, but you will be given credit for time served. So if it's 178 days, you have 2 days left and you'll be released. Are there any other conditions or any other terms to the agreement?
No, Your Honor.
And that will be approved then. All right, Mr. Boteo, after all of this, I guess after 6 years, so you've got 2 days left. I hope that when you get out, which looks like it's going to be very soon, that you make good use of that time and not be in trouble again, okay? Best of luck.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yeah,
He has a 578 balance on his court costs. Will those be waived, or will he have to pay with extra days?
He is an indigent client. I was appointed on his case, and I am appointed on a federal case that he has as well. We'd ask that those fees be waived, Your Honor.
and I'm assuming, yeah, right now he's looking at a felony charge in federal court.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. He's got enough to worry about. Well, the court will grant the request to waive any court costs.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck, Mr. Botel. You still have some stuff to deal with. I want to wish you the best, and hopefully we won't see you in this situation again.
Thank you.
Take care, sir.
Thank you, Judge. That's all I have. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Second floor.
Yo le regalo Jesús Antonio Mancilla. Jesús Antonio Mancilla.
Page 21, Judge.
The court calls 2021 CRF 14-8 State of Texas versus Jesus Antonio Mancilla.
Yes, Your Honor, for this case, it needs to be reset back to pretrial. Mr. Serrano will be taking over and it's pending an offer.
Okay.
Thompson is in the waiting room, Your Honor.
Oh, I see him.
He's in the queue and I spoke to him over text.
Okay. And Mr. Hobson, what was the, so what are we going to do? Are we going to reset this?
So first of all, sorry, Judge, false alarm. I logged out a little early. But I'm sorry, which case? I just got back in. Which case are we talking about?
This is Mancilla. We're asking to reset back to pretrial so Miguel can review it.
That'd be ideal, Judge, considering both sides will be reassigned.
Okay, Mr. Mancias, can you understand English?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Mancias, two things are happening. The prosecutor in your case is going to be leaving, and your attorney is also going to be leaving, both within the next couple of weeks. So there's going to be a new prosecutor in your case and a new attorney from the public defender's office assigned to your case. And I believe it's going to be Mr. Miguel Serrano, who's here. So they're requesting that I reset this case which I'm going to do, and you'll be appearing before, the judge is going to hear your case if it goes to trial, which is Judge Palomo. So I'm setting this case for pre-trial on November 2nd at 8:30. All right, good luck, sir.
That's all from me, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nita.
Thank you.
And Judge, just to be clear, both Quinones and Mancia have been called, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now this time I'm certain that I don't have any more cases on the docket.
Go away.
All right.
Okay.
Is that Mr. Smith?
Gary Lee Smith, Your Honor.
Okay, on what page is he on?
Page 8.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Hello.
Okay, the court calls 2020 CRD 1747 D3, the state of Texas versus Gary Lee Smith. You understand English, Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon again. And I have an indication here that this case is set for a plea. Is that correct?
That is not correct, Your Honor. I filed a motion to withdraw as attorney of record on this case. This is Arturo Gallegos.
Oh, okay. Yes, I was wondering why I had that order. Okay. Was the order already signed?
No, Your Honor, I filed it maybe at 11 o'clock.
Okay. Mr. Smith, your attorney filed a motion to get off your case. Is that your wish?
Well, sir, I mean, I was gonna ask the same thing anyway, but I mean, because, you know, since all he has ever been talking about is plea bargain, plea bargain, plea bargain. I need somebody that's willing to represent me.
Okay.
And when this man first came on my case, the first thing he told me was that he told the other lawyer that he didn't want nothing from her. When he told her that lost my medical records, that lost a psych evaluation from Miss Carol Saldana and everything.
Okay, so Mr. Gallegos, you were appointed?
I was appointed, Your Honor. I'll be honest with you, from the get-go, Your Honor, he has not believed any of the legal advice I've given him. He's asked me to take documentation to prove that what I say is correct. And at this point, Your Honor, we had a hearing on September 16th where he was going to plead guilty. My client and I argued so much in front of Judge Hale that he reset the case, and then the district attorney's office withdrew the offer, basically because of our argument. There is no attorney-client relationship, Your Honor. He needs another attorney. I do not want to represent him. I get the impression from him he does not want me to represent him. He needs another attorney, Your Honor, plain and simple.
Well, and Mr. Smith, you know, I don't want to force an attorney on anyone, and it's hard if you don't get along with your attorney.
Sir, it's not that I don't get along with my attorney. It's the problem is that when I asked him to do something, I've asked this man to file motions for me, and ain't no motions been filed in my behalf, period. Not just him, but the other attorney I had either. Ain't nobody filed no motions for me. I've asked for a discovery. I've asked for evidentiary hearing. I ain't had nothing. All my rights have been violated since I've been in this jailhouse. Everything.
Okay, look, I think I've heard enough. Okay, we're here then on a motion to withdraw. And I'm gonna, if I grant the motion, what I'll do, Mr. Smith, is I'm gonna appoint someone from the private sector again, but Who was the prior attorney?
Public defenders.
This is going to be your third attorney, Mr. Smith. So, I mean, just a word of advice. It doesn't always help, but obviously the case is not going forward with your current attorney. So I'm going to allow him to withdraw from the case. I don't know that I have the order for withdrawal, but I do have.
There was an order attached to the motion, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't have the motion. I was given an order to appoint a
Your
new.
Honor, it was filed today. I have it with me, Your Honor. I'll take it to you in a bit.
Okay. Well, no, more importantly, well, that order will be granted. What I'm going to do, Mr. Smith, and we'll see how this plays out. I'm going to appoint Mr. Daniel D. Elizondo to be your attorney.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
Mr. Elizondo refused the appointment. He stated that the case was going to trial and he did not have the experience to represent him in trial. So he refused the appointment. The next attorney in line would be Mr. Juan Ramon Flores. And the attorney that's in the well right now, Your Honor, is Mr. Jonathan Garcia.
Don, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
Okay, how's the case going to trial when I had they was offering me a plea bargain?
Well, I mean, that may still be in the works. You may have had an agreement, and it's always possible that you'll have another agreement with the state. But this is a 341st case, Mr. Davalos.
Well, how can I get a bond? Well, a bond reduction of PR.
Okay.
Your Honor, he has a parole hold, Your Honor.
That is being lifted. That was from what my parole.
Yeah, Mr. Smith, yeah, if you have a parole violation, that pretty much nixes your right to get a bond.
Yes, but they're lifting they're gonna lift the.
Yes, hi, Your Honor. This is Jonathan Garcia. I'm sorry.
Mr. Garcia, you're going to be appointed.
I'm sorry.
You're going to be, yes. Don't worry, I'll give you plenty of time to get up to speed.
Yes.
And one of the things you're going to have to look into real quick is to see if there is a parole hold on Mr. Smith. And if there isn't, then you'll have to file a writ to set bond or writ of habeas corpus so you can have a hearing regarding that.
Okay, very well, Your Honor. Yes.
So we're going to set this for pretrial. There, just so you know, there was a plea offer that I think was retracted. So
It was withdrawn, Your Honor.
Yes, I'm somewhat familiar with this case, Your Honor. So I've been present when this case has been called to the court. So I'll follow up and get information from Mr. Gallegos, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have about 200 pages of discovery that I'll hand over to Mr. Garcia Davalos. I also have the parole hold information. Like Mr. Smith had been sentenced to 70 years out of Harris County. So he's.
guys,
Judge, and I'll go ahead and send discovery to Mr. Jonathan Garcia so that he can have all the documents. I will say we did withdraw the plea offer. There's not going to be a plea offer for this case anymore, and we are going to move the case for trial.
well, still, we're going to have to give Mr. Garcia some time to get ready. So
Yes, Judge.
I'm looking at the next setting with Judge Palomo in 2 months is December 14th at 9:30.
Yes, Judge, and just for the record, Mr. Gallegos was in constant communication with me about this case, and he was very diligent in trying to get discovery and trying to get a good offer for him.
I appreciate that, but I mean, I'm very familiar with the work Mr. Gallegos does, and this happens every once in a while. And
So Judge.
Yes, sir.
The day was supposed to be coming to court. I was supposed to be coming to court.
Okay,
to either accept the offer or set for trial. Now that I get here, they tell me I don't even have an offer.
Well, that's what happens, is that it's the option of the state. And the thing is, your new attorney is going to work on your case and see if he can reestablish something. But if not, then this case will be set for trial. Now, hold on, let me finish. This case is, I'm going to kind of restart the clock for you, which means that I'm setting this for pretrial on the 7th of December at 8:30 with Judge Palomo, who will be the judge to hear this case if it goes to trial. So, and she'll make the decision on whether or not you're entitled to a bond. But I'm not going to, if there's a parole hold on you, I'm not, and it's not even before me, I'm not going to give you a bond right now. I don't have enough information on this. So, and this is your third attorney. It's going to make me and the other judge wonder where the problems are coming from. Now, you have your rights. You can ask for a trial. That's not anything that that the court is going to take away from you. That's your absolute right. But we cannot force the district attorney's office to make you a plea offer either. So that's their job to prosecute this case.
I understand all that. All I'm saying is, I was told that if I didn't accept the plea today, then it was going to be withdrawn. But when I get here, it's already withdrawn.
I can't force the DA to put it back on the table, Mr. Smith. So you'll be back before Judge Palomo on December 7th, as I indicated.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Gallegos.
May I be,
Yes.
may I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Judge. Just a quick question on Ruben Botello, the one that got sentenced to 180 days.
Yes.
It's going to be under 1244 for the Webb County Jail because it's a state jail.
I mentioned county jail, but
Yes.
yes. Yeah, he's got 2 days left. And
Well, Your Honor, I'm sorry if I may. I mean, even if he was to be sent to state jail, there's not enough days for him to be transferred. So,
well, yeah, I guess I shouldn't alter the document. And he did have 178. I mean, it sounded like everything was pretty firm. Yeah, he's not
Yes.
as efficient as our county sheriff is. With all I don't think they'll have him out in 2 days. So.
Right, because I'm pretty sure they'll call us back, indicating that it's a state jail. And just to make the record clear that under 1244, he's to serve it in the county jail.
Well, I did say county jail when I sentenced him, so.
Okay, Judge.
I don't know that's going to make much of a difference, Ms. Castillo.
Okay, Judge.
Adjustment.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Who do we have on the second floor?
José Ángel Rosas. José Ángel Rosas.
He's on page 6, Judge. He has several cases.
Oh, yes. All right. Mr. Rosas, do you understand English?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to call your cases because you got several. Okay, the first one is 2019 CRJ 1533 D3. The second one is 2019 CRO 905 D3. That's motion to remove. The following for arraignment are 2020 CRI 321 D3, arraignment 2020 CRI 327 D3, arraignment 328 D3, arraignment 329 D3, arraignment 3300 for arraignment. We also have 331 D3 for arraignment and 345 D3 for arraignment and 2020 CRJ 031 D3 for arraignment and CRJ 332 D3 for arraignment And finally, 2021 CRK 322D3, also for arraignment. Who's the prosecutor on this case? Ms.
I
Garcia?
have one, yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I only have one case for him, the one that ends in 905D3.
Okay, what I want to do,
And
let's get the arraignment out of the way, and then we'll address the motion to revoke bond and everything else.
Judge.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Miguel Serrano, defenders. I'm ready to make the announcement whenever the
Wait,
court wants me to do it.
All right, hold on a second. You have a question, Mr. Rosas?
Yes, sir. Judge, Your Honor, I wanted to ask, how many charges are they in total?
You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11 charges. Okay, are those charges being what I wanted to ask, are they being, like, because I was picked up on a warrant, right? Well, see, because right now I'm in federal custody. The problem is that those charges were when I was picked up by the DA or the United States Marshals. The problem that the federal picked me up, but those is the time has been counting from that day, right?
Well, yeah, you've been in jail
Sorry if I'm-
whenever you got picked up, but hold on a second. Maybe I need to read him all his charges. Is there any issue as to what, does he know what he's being charged with, Mr. Serrano? Do we know?
Your Honor, he can give us a call, or I can give him a call. I just stepped into the all these tracks that he's got. I can arraign him if you want to begin with, and then I'll give him a phone number. And then he can call me, and I can inform him of everything. If he just gives me like a couple of days, so I can inform him of all the charges.
Right now I'm on conspiracy charges.
Well, Mr. Rosas, and I need you to listen here, so there's no confusion. Let me just, you're here on two different matters. You're here for arraignment on 10 cases, I believe, and then there's a motion, or a 9?
It's 10 arraignments, Your Honor, and I believe there's 2 ongoing cases.
Okay, 2 ongoing cases. Okay. So on the arraignments, Mr. Rosas, starting on page 7. On the arraignment charges, Mr. Rosas, you're here on a burglary of a building. A second charge of burglary of a building, a third charge of burglary of a building, a fourth charge of burglary of a building, a fifth charge of burglary of a building, the sixth charge is burglary of a building, and these are all state jail felonies. You have a theft of property, state jail felony. Theft of property, Class B misdemeanor, arraignment for that one as well. And on page 22, we have on page 22, you're here for unauthorized use of a vehicle. And but that's not here for arraignment. That's for, or is it? Yes, it is for arraignment.
Yes, sir.
Unauthorized use of a vehicle, and that's a state jail felony. Okay, so you're here for the first time on those charges that I just covered. And really, the one thing I need to hear is the announcement from your attorney, what announcement is there on these charges?
Yes, Your Honor, on behalf of my client pleads not guilty, waives the reading of the indictment, and requests pretrial settings, Your Honor. We
Okay.
can put all the cases, please.
So let's give Mr. Serrano a setting on those 9 cases. Hello?
Yes, sir.
I'm
No,
sorry,
no.
Your Honor. November 2nd or December 7th, Your Honor, for pretrial.
If we can get December, Your Honor.
December 7th at
At
8:30
8:30.
a.m. Okay. Now, the other 2 cases, Ms. Castillo, I guess are semi-connected.
I just have the one that ends in 905, Your Honor. I had filed a motion to revoke his bond. And just for the defendant's information, he also has 2 pending misdemeanors.
The 905 was the first case.
I believe it was the second case that you first read out loud. Do you want the full cost number, Your Honor?
No, just what page did it start on?
7.
It is on page 7, number 13.
Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, so we're here on cause number ending in 905 D3. The state's filed an amended motion to revoke the defendant's bond. Just briefly, Ms. Castillo, I read through it before today, but I want to put something on the record from the DA's
Yes,
office.
Your Honor. So, Your Honor, on the charges that he's facing on this cost number, it's evading arrest with a motor vehicle and a misdemeanor evading and reckless driving. He was actually indicted for this back in 2016, and he absconded. I'm sorry, he was arrested for it in 2016, and then he absconded. And after that, he picked up all those charges basically all the charges that you mentioned. In addition to that, right now he is being held on a federal violation, and he was rearrested for 15 of the charges that you mentioned. So because he has been absconded for all these years, and in the meantime he has picked up several cases, we are asking that the court revoke the bond on this case. I know that he's in jail right now, but he's not in jail for this charge.
Mr. Serrano, I know you haven't had a lot of time to look at this, but there's nothing you can probably say right now that's going to make me change my mind after I read the motion to revoke.
Yeah.
So,
If I may, real.
And don't make it worse, Mr. Rosas. The court is going to grant
Yes.
what, Mr. Serrano?
Judge, it's not that I'm making.
Mr. Rosas, hold on a second. I believe.
I'm not here on a federal violation and to start, I'm almost
No,
over
you're not going, Mr. Rosas, don't make it worse. Okay, there's nothing that your attorney's going to say right now that's going to change my mind. And I'm not hard when it comes to bonds, but this is ridiculous. And so the court.
I'm not worried about it.
Don't.
I'm facing 23 years.
Okay, you need to be quiet, sir. You need to be quiet.
This is the job y'all making. I'm not worried about it. I'm regardless, I'm gonna do time.
Okay, yes, starting right now, I am granting the state's request. Did we miss any case? Do we have to set this for anything?
Your Honor, this is, I think it was set for pre-trial. So I think we already have a final pre-trial date. But if Miss Raquel could check that.
Yes, I'm checking.
Raquel, I think it needs a final pretrial date.
No, I don't have a final pretrial, Your Honor. Do I set them up the same date, December 7th?
I think
All of
that's
them
gonna-
together?
I think that's gonna be easy. Yes, let's do that.
Yes. Your Honor, for final pretrial or pretrial?
Job, bro.
On this first one, Ms. Castillo, do you need a final pretrial on this one or?
Well, it's up to Mr. Serrano, Your Honor, since he's handling the cases. So I've already conveyed an offer to him.
Yes, I'm just stepping in. Can I get as much time as possible since there are like so many of them?
I know, we'll set this one for pretrial and that way. That'll
Your
give
Honor,
you,
if I may, like 20 seconds, I just wanted to tell Mr. Rosas if he would agree to do a bond lift in all his cases, so his stamp can is counting already since he's in federal hold right now. But it's up to him if he would like to agree on that in all the cases, do a bond lift, so he can all the time can start counting.
so you need to go explain that to him, Mr. Serrano. I'm not gonna do it here in court. We've got a few more cases and I'm not really inclined to give him that time right now.
Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Rosas, I'm gonna ask the sheriffs remove you if you open your mouth one more time. Do we have any other cases to set on this defendant?
On page 6, Your Honor, it's the 2019 CRJ 1533.
Okay, so this was set for pretrial. So this one will be set for final pretrial on the December date.
Are we setting all of them on December 7th, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. And I need to provide my defendant with my phone number, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
Mr. Rosas, my phone number is 5245. Those are the last four. So give me a call, then I will also try to track you down and give you a call so I can have a meeting with you. All right, so I can explain everything.
I've been waiting for
Okay.
for almost a year.
Yeah, I just stepped in. I just stepped in like last week. So remember, 5245.
Yeah, I'll be waiting for you here. Thank you. Also, I need for you to know that I'm not in no federal hold.
Okay, that's fine, Mr. Rosas. You'll talk to him, Mr. Serrano. All right,
I'll have a Zoom meeting with you tomorrow then. I will add your name and I'll have a Zoom meeting with you tomorrow so I can touch bases with you.
thank you, Mr. Serrano.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo.
I apologize, Judge. It's just it's almost a year without this hearing.
I know, well, and I do feel for you, but Mr. Rosas, you build up quite a record here. So,
Yeah, and I will pay for what if I was wrong, I'm not worried, but I apologize.
okay, we'll start off on a new page the next time you're here. Don't worry. I don't hold a grudge.
All right, thank you.
All right, take care. Terco.
I will talk to him tomorrow, Your Honor. I'm sending the email right now.
Maybe
Have a
we should
bunch of people.
Maybe we should appoint Mr. Davalos to that one too. Just kidding.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
We got 6 pages off of the docket, right?
Yes. Who do we have next? Tell me we only have 2 or 3.
Only one, Judge.
Oh, thank God.
It's Ricardo Perez on page 20. That's the last one, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Ms. Raquel. There was another one, Alejandro Sanchez. I don't know if that was taken off the docket.
Let me see.
That's on page
Call that
11.
case.
That
Oh,
one
it
is
was-
for December 7th, final pretrial.
Yes, it was
Okay,
called.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, let's rock and roll with the last one.
Have they called
Is this-
Ms. Ana Calente on page 3, Your Honor?
That she was released and it was
Oh.
reset to October 28 on a regular docket.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca.
You're welcome. ¿Dónde?
Mr. Garcia? Or, yeah, Jonathan? They're bringing this is the last case and they're bringing your client out. Is the jail still on?
It seems like they signed off, Judge. I don't see them either.
Judge, this is Lisa. I got thrown off. I had to come back in. Perhaps the same thing happened to them.
Well, let's do this. Jonathan Garcia Davalos, who's the prosecutor on this?
Yes.
Well, they were bringing your client out, but we lost the jail. Ricardo Perez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those for the state on this case.
Yeah, he has two cases, Your Honor. He has one case in the 406 and the 341st, and we're just simply gonna ask for another court date. I don't know whether Mr. Cantu is present or not, but we were just, I'm sure he was gonna request a next court date.
On my own motion, because of technical difficulties, I'm thinking we will reset both cases. You said there was one in the 49th as well?
No, 406 and 341st.
It was on page 3 for the 406, Judge.
State, I'm gonna be filing a motion to transfer the case to the 406. I believe he has, the first case he had was there in the 406 and he has other cases still coming out of the 406. So that they can all be handled together.
Page 6. It looks like, what was it? You said page 6.
Page 3 out of the 406.
Do you have the reset date for that case?
Yes, yes, I do. I showed that it was reset to October 25th at 1:30
Okay.
for Ricardo Perez, and that was done before we started today's docket. So based on what's happened now, on what page was this one on?
Page 20, Judge. I'm gonna set it up for the same date. For October
well.
25th.
Still a long day, so let's call it quits. Okay, I can't find page 20 now. It's a Mr. Rosas. So cause number 2020 CRD 810D3 will be reset for the 25th of October at 1:30.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Yep.
Communication, everyone, thank you. Mr.
Thank
Clayton,
you.
thank you so much, sir. And everyone else.
Thank you,
Court
Judge.
adjourned, everyone, before anything else happens. All right, y'all, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Bye.
Judge.
Bye.
Judge.